Hi guys. Hello. Hello, our friends. Hey guys. Okay, also let me start my music. Okay. Hi besties. How are we doing today? How are you guys doing? How we're midweek surviving. I was gonna play some DVD tonight, but I was like, I need to I need to just relax. Okay. So tonight is gonna be like a midweek surviving type spiel, and I think I'm gonna limit my days from playing DVD to from 3 times to 2 times a week, and then play something cozy midweek. But but I'm not sure yet. Well, I'll figure something out um when I come back from break. Also today is a low spoon kind of day, I feel. And I think today's a low spoon kind of day. Right before the oh, excuse me. Oh my God. Um, right before this, I was helping Raven. Despite his internet issues, I was helping Raven with his like streaming setup and stuff. Also, I do want this Growlithe too. Um, I was helping Raven with his streaming stuff, and I um I was helping him with a lot of things. So we're gonna and then I told Raven that I was gonna help him more with it after I finish streaming. And um Raven Raven is doing pretty good. Well, I lied. I changed my sound actually. Wait, you changed your sound for what? What did you change your sound to? Wait, what sound? Okay. Wait, oh wait, for your channel redeem here. Okay. Okay. Okay, also guys, um, so Raven, okay, so I helped Raven with like a lot of things, right? So like Raven Raven has for the sound entrance. Oh, for me? Oh. Oh, for when I come into your chat. Okay. Um, wow, PCG. If you want to do exclamation point PCG, Breezy, you can call PCG a hoe or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I helped Raven with like a lot of redeems actually. Like his I actually helped him with like a lot of like his channel point redeems and stuff. And also, guys, you'll be so proud of Raven. Raven actually so um Raven um like Raven is making big moves. So Raven and I was helping um I was helping Raven look up some good internet providers and stuff. And we did find one good one for him, and cuz his internet right now is garbage. It's basically worse than McDonald's Wi-Fi. So I was helping Raven search up some good internet stuff, and then um I did help him with a couple of his rich channel redeems as well. Um and yeah, so you guys will be so proud of Raven actually. Uh and if you guys want to follow Raven, Raven is an awesome streamer. Uh Raven is an awesome streamer. Um And if you guys want to follow Raven, Raven is going to be back into streaming soon. And all that stuff. So if you guys want to go check out Raven, feel free to check him out if you are not already following Raven. Also, guys, Raven has um Raven has this like cute little redeem called the Daily Ribbit. So Raven used to be Raven's like daily redeems used to be called the Daily Bird, but since he's going like a froggy theme, it's the Daily Ribbit now. And there are counters to the Daily Ribbits, and has he has like the first redeem like I do, and then he also has another channel redeem called Early Crew, which if it's like the oh my god, Mr. Lola just came barging in here, like talking all that shit. And then he has an early crew redeem, whereas like if you were early to stream, you can redeem that as long as you don't redeem it if you claimed first already. So those are the besties that were early attendances. So basically it's like second, third, fourth, fifth, and then whoever the sixth person is can redeem it. That's but yeah. And then I helped him make a little cute channel redeem for when people introduce themselves if they're new to the if they're new to his channel, and it's kind of like a welcome one, so they have to
Oh,
like
as if.
so I helped him with that, and then helped him with a lot of things, so it's really cute. And then um yeah, so I made sure he didn't um yeah, so I made sure to help him set that up. So and he's so proud of himself. I also made his overlays, guys, as well. It's really cute and simple. Um it's really cute and simple. And then um also I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel like I'm just yapping. But how are you guys? I miss you guys. I feel like um 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 I feel like I like haven't talked to a lot of y'all. I feel. How are you guys doing? How was your guys' week? How was your day? How was everything? How was how was how was I don't know. How's everything for y'all? But also we're gonna be playing modded Stardew. Also, I couldn't get TikTok to turn on and whatever, so I was kind of flustered and frustrated with that, so I couldn't get it to work. But we are going to be playing some Stardew Valley, and we're going to be playing modded as well. Pretty mad just gaming to distract yourself right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Breezy. I'm like sending you big loves and hugs, okay? Um, I'm sending all the positive vibes and all the loves right now, with whatever you're going through. You don't have to like say it, but if you my DMs are also always open. If you ever need to like someone to just privately vent to. I do have a venting channel in my server. Um, so if you ever wanted to vent there, and like you're more than welcome to vent away in my server. Um, but no pressure at all. Um, because I don't want you to feel like you have to openly vent if you don't want other people to know what you're going through. And if you just want to privately message me and like let me know what you're going through, I am more than happy to listen. Um, to I'm more than happy to, and if you want to, if you want to just like hop in a voice call on something like one of these days, I'll definitely let you know, like for sure, like when I'm free. And we can hang out and like game. I'm very looking forward to a cozy stream with you, if that's fine. Yes. Hi, my Icy. Thank you for stopping in and thank you for redeeming your daily latte. See, Icy, I know Icy hates me because Icy didn't clock in her attendance. Do y'all see that? Icy hates me. Icy doesn't even want to be a part of Lola Messi University. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, as if.
Let me just. No, no, no. You better get back here, girl. You better sit your ass down and come
Oh,
back.
as if.
Headed to bed. Oh, thank you, Star. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Um, I know you've been like doing long streams and stuff, so um shout out. Guys, go follow Star. Star is an amazing streamer and plays a lot of DVD. If you guys want to go check him out, go check him out. Um, he does a lot of DVD. He mains Nurse and y'all. He's a P100 Freddy and Nurse main. You guys better go check him out, or else. I didn't know it was required. Well, it is a requirement. I see. Like when you enter my streams, you have to be a part of LMU. It's mandatory to check in. So you have a lot of absences. Like even though you were here, I see you have a lot of absences now, girl, and you had to catch up. So just hit say you hate me. Just say you let me just drop out. Well, no. No, 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 no. You better sit your ass down and you better stay here. I'm gonna be messy and I'm gonna call you out. Oh, who said that? I mean, who said that? See, why don't you be like our other students where you can like you just be here and you're messy and you're like just vibing and just say you hate me. I see. Joss said that you hated me. So, hmm. Joss told me Joss and you know what? Joss and Javi actually told me that you hate me and said that you called me a flop and a bottom. Is that true? Joss is a known liar. Oh, oh, and Javi is a liar. Oh, that's crazy. You better be lucky Javi is lurking because if Javi saw you call him a liar, girl, he would have timed you out, mama. Ooh, girl. Not that. That's messy. Hold on. Let me just oh, hello? Not she no no no, you better stay here, mama. You better stay here, girl. You better stay here. I quit. I'm dropping out. Oh, no, well, no, you're not. Anyways, anyways, we're gonna we're gonna just we're gonna just play Stardew. Right, right. Not the flop saying that she's gonna drop out. That's kind of crazy that you said that you're gonna drop out. Flop? Oh, who said that? Definitely was not me. Who said that? Who said that, girl? Because definitely it was not me. I'm in a educational environment. Well, no, you're the one who signed up for a scholarship, mama. That was not my problem. That was definitely not my problem, girl.
Oh, as if.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me fix the, um, wait, let me mix it up, actually. Okay, there. Hi, my camel. See, why can't you be like camel, where you're still messy and you don't drop out? Also, camel, I'm sorry that we didn't get to play last night. Are you available tonight? Oh no, I was talking to Icy about how you're messy, but like you don't drop out of Lola Messy University. I'm never messy? Right. Okay, so let me just look through the chat logs of Tater's chat. Talking about I'm never messy. Mama. I'll ban you. Mama, I'm also a mod in his chat. Girl. Right. Okay. So, right. Okay. Okay, mama. I'm head mod. I can ban mods. Oh. You know, I kind of forgot about that. I kind of forgot about that, girl. Actually. This is why I don't like lying about. Oh. Well, I also did that one Nightbot intentionally because I know a lot of people will want to vanish. So I was like, oh no. But also, how are you doing, my camel? Also, I need to put my chat overlay up so I'm not like constantly like looking to the side. Also, okay, let me double check. Oh, also, okay, I need to, hold on. I need to check something. Wait, what the hell? Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't want to listen to love songs. Okay, yeah, because I don't want to listen to some Tagalog love songs, okay? But also, yeah, I can play after stream, my camel. Well, this morning was so busy, all up until 5 o'clock, which is, of course, means I left work, of 2 to 3 people. I had to have someone help me get everything done. I know it happens a lot, but Wednesday is supposed to be a chill day. Wait, so do you like, okay, do you work in a warehouse or like a grocery store, my camel? Because it sounds like you work retail. It sounds like you work retail if you're asking me, or if that's what you do. I work in a grocery store and as a second shift shopper, I'm by myself most of the night. Oh my god. That sucks. I'm sorry, my camel. Where are okay, I was about to say, where's my other chickens at? Where's my other chicken? Hello? Oh, there it is. I'm over here panicking for no reason. Like, girl, over here making me stress the fuck out. Were there like unknown like sales that y'all didn't even know about or what? Oh wait, what? We were just really busy on a load day. Oh dang. Yeah, I hate working retail. I don't miss it. That's for sure. Oh, so pretty. Isn't it as pretty? My let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna sell those actually. Um, wait a minute. Hold on. Do I have those? Okay. Actually, okay. And then I need to also do, this is a resource, so I'll put this here. Oops. Okay. I was thinking about applying to like a grocery store and Um, but I was like, I don't know if it's like gonna be worth it, honestly. And it's like Mr. Lola also like wanted me to like apply to different grocery stores, but I I like told him I was like I'm like I've been in the retail game for like 7+ years and it's not even fun. Like you had to deal with a lot of people, you had to deal with like not messing up and all this other stuff and then like it's just like it's a lot for sure. Like and I was always so tired and like people are always so like unnecessary um like for no reason. I'm unfortunately naturally a very hard worker and have a good enough work ethic to get all the work done that's left for me. It seems people do it a little on purpose at this point. Yeah, for sure. Which is like very frustrating to like have to deal with. And I personally just hate it. Like I am kind of glad that I don't really work retail anymore because I'm just okay, it's Anton's birthday. I'm not gonna go to the block party. Just because I feel like it's not worth to go over there. To Zuzu City. I mean, I could meet all the people there actually, so if I could go there, I would. But I also need to catch this fish. Oh wait. I don't even know where the deep mountains are. Hold on, let me actually like look it up. Oh my gosh. Okay, you gotta you gotta give me the name and then I can look it up, Raven. And then on your next auto shout out, it'll work. Oops. I just missed a fish. Okay, hold on. Where can I find these like freaking fish? Stardew. Oh, it's an E-scarp? Hello? I'm over here fishing in the wrong spot. Okay, I'm gonna just pause the time there. Demetrius, gross. La da da. Oh, a cutscene. You've been staring out into the briny for a while now. What's on your mind, Dylan? Oh, don't worry. I was just zoned out for a minute. It happens. I ain't fishing you back out if you fall in. You know that. I'd I'd have to track down your dopey brother and get him to jump in after you. First of all, I'm a perfectly capable swimmer. You know I'm a certified scuba diver. It comes with the territory. And secondly, Eli isn't dopey. He's loud, impulsive, and clumsy, but not stupid. Oh, that's messy. Oh, come on, not even a little bit? Oh, okay, maybe a bit. Oh, messy. Okay. That's extra messy. Oh, hi there, Lola. I didn't expect to see you here. Wait just a moment. Is that the new farmer? The selfish, greedy one who put all those darn scarecrows? Oi, you got any idea how offensive that is? We crows gotta eat too, you know. How dare you? Thistle. Oh my god. I mean, she's just saying hi to you. Ha ha ha. No, I ain't. Oh, that's crazy. Huh? You understand me as well? Then I guess you're not as gormless as you look. Rude? Oh. So let me get this straight. You can understand Thistle as well, Lola? How come? I thought I was the only one. The wizard made you drink what? That's bizarre. I didn't have anything to do, I didn't have anything to do, no, I didn't have to do anything like that. I've been able to understand bird speech for years. For ages, I thought I was losing it. Why did it have to be birds? Why couldn't it be fish? Do you have any idea how much birds talk? Rude. Oh, oh. Hey, little brother. Hey, Lola. How are you doing? Oh, not him having beef with the bird. Hi there, you feathery little pest. Let me guess, you're still whining at Dylan because Lola won't let you scoff those delectable crops? Shut your mouth, scruff bag. Ain't it about time you shaved or washed? I'm embarrassed to look at ya. Oh, what's that? This will speak up. I don't, I don't think all of Pelican Town quite heard you. What's she even saying, bro? Bruv. Really sickeningly nice stuff, Eli. She'd be embarrassed if I told you. In his dreams, I'm out of here. Oh, that's crazy. The drama is real. That's actually crazy work. Okay, I don't want to hear Tagalog love songs, so I'm changing it. Stay with me. Mm, excuse me? Yes, it did. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. You playing with me? Oh, you play it. Also, I sent the link. Okay. Play with. Let me actually like look at it now. It's fun. We're all for that. Okay. Alright, so. Wait, is that an Invader Zim clip, Raven? Stuff. With what you sent me? For that. Very fun. Oops. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Look at these cuties. Okay, let me see if I can find some more to fish. Um, is 30 seconds too much for an entrance? I try to keep it to a minimum of like 10 seconds. So, if you can find a shorter clip. I mean, it's for my dabby. Yeah, that's true. But I try to keep it to a minimum of like 10. But I can try to make something work. Let me actually like look at it real quick. Okay, I can make this work. Unless you're talking about for yourself. Um, to MP3. And I'm looking for your sound entrance. For me, I saw scrolls. Saw a scroll is 7 seconds. Fuck. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me. Let me see. Um. Okay, it's converting. Okay, hold on. YouTube MP3. Okay, sorry for disappearing, Bessie. The emergency alarm at my hotel went off and I was scared, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Oh, not that. Not that, Bessie. Because I was answering how you, like, when you asked me how I was doing, I was like, oh, like, I hope Elixir, like, heard me. Wait, hold on. I don't know if it downloaded the whole video. Raven, hold on, give me a second. Okay, yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, that is kind of scary though. Um, mm, 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 mm. Okay, let me let me add that for you, Raven. Sorry, I got like distracted, guys. I got distracted with Raven's video clip that he sent me. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, let me see. Mm, 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 okay. Okay. Okay, so next time you come in, uh okay, I found it. I edited it. Okay. I edited it, Raven, for you. So next time you come in here, Raven, it'll play. Oh, there's a wild Pokemon if anyone wants to catch it. If anyone wants to catch that Pokemon, they're more than welcome to. Oh, also, let me fix my mic. They didn't even tell us everything was fine, and we had to call the front desk and ask what was going on. Oh, that's crazy. Can someone do exclamation point Lola PCG? Oops. Oh, no, PCG. PCG, sorry. PCG. Lola PCG. Sorry, I was like talking way too fast. That's crazy. Homophobic. But also, um, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was literally just talking about, like, at the start of stream that oh my freaking god. Um, oh, Raven, the Pokemon's already gone. Because, Elixir tried catching it for me. Raven, the Pokemon already escaped. My bad. My bad. My dad isn't very happy at the moment, so I have the volume pretty low. Oh, oh, that's okay. I was confused. No, you're good. But yeah, is he like not happy about is your dad not happy about the alarm? Because I know it's like really late for y'all. It's like 10 p.m. Uh, if it isn't the Moray brothers, welcome to Jojamart. Oh, I didn't realize that that's what it is, and I wanted to double check. Hey there, are you on your break? Oh, yep. How's it going, dudes? Oh, that's crazy. But also, um, but how was your day other than that, my elixir? I don't know if you're still here, but I hope your day was good. But also, elixir. I was helping Raven with his stuff. Um, I was helping Raven with his like stream stuff before I started. Also, ads are going to be starting in like 3 minutes, guys. So I do apologize. Ooh, I should make myself some food. I haven't really eaten today. Well, so what happened, I guess, was someone accidentally set off the alarm in the garage, but we didn't know what we didn't know that until my dad called the front desk. And then she hung up when he started getting frustrated that they didn't tell us anything and we're just leaving us scared, wondering if there was a fire or a dangerous person or something. Oh my god, that's insane. See, also, you know what could have happened was I'm pretty sure it wasn't even an accident. It was probably just some stupid kid doing a prank or something. So I'm pretty sure that they said it could have just been a quote unquote accident and it could have just been a silly little stupid prank that a kid did or something. Because I remember doing the same thing growing up in my like apartment complex back in like when I was like little. Like me and my siblings used to like do like the little like fire alarms and stuff, and like people would know it would be us anyway, but like they wouldn't like know which kid did it. And so it was kind of just like so yeah, it's been kind of it's been kind of chaotic. So I understand the feeling though of like not knowing if it was like a prank or not. So I do I do understand that. Yeah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Oh, also ads do start in a couple minutes, guys. So I'm gonna take a break really quickly, and then I'm gonna get some more water after this cutscene, and I'm gonna run the ads as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm not mad because of that. I was getting scared for my life, and they were just radio silence, and it took them over 40 minutes to come back. That's insane. I hate that. I hate that. I hate when people do that. But I'm gonna take a quick little break really quickly, and then I'm gonna run some ads, and then I'll be back in like a few minutes. I'm gonna put some like because I just realized like me and Mr. Lola have like popcorn chicken in the freezer, so I could put some to like snack on in the oven and then set like a timer for it. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna just go do that and get some more water, okay? So I'll be back. Luckily, we're leaving tomorrow to head back home anyway. Okay, that's good. But I'll be back real quick. Be back. you bitch. Oh! Yes! The server crashed! Let's go! The server fucking crashed! Let's go! Oh, honey. Oh. Did he have a Mori? Daddy? Daddy, can you Mori me? Can you Mori me? Daddy Wesker, can you Mori me? Can you Mori me? I want you to Mori me. Come on, me too. Me too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was... I hate this map already. Yeah. I was out socializing with family yesterday, and there was a whole thing. And it wasn't even related to my family either. Sadly, I might be dead here. Woo!
It's over.
Oh my god! Where did you come? What the fuck, bro? Oh my fucking god! Okay, we need to save the gen in the back of main for last. Not the... Oh my freaking gosh, hello? That's crazy. That is... I'm back, guys. I'm back. Oh my god, camel oh. A homeless guy pulled... Oh. That's crazy. I hate that. I hate that. That is so messy. And, like, why would they... Okay, but also, here's another thing. Like, why would they put the fire alarm outside for people to pull off? Well, I need to get a hard drive for my games. Wait, a hard drive? It was inside. So, who... Okay. But, like, who... Why would you allow a homeless person to, like, go inside your hotel? Like... Like, how do you allow a homeless person inside your hotel? Oh, wait, I need to go to the, thingy. Yeah, I can't have Overwatch and Valhalla at the same time. He just walked in the lobby. IDK. They didn't know he came until they checked the cameras. Girl. You just need to get a bigger SSD card, Raven. Um, Oh, I do need a tadpole. Hello? Oh. Why do I have two of the same? Okay. I can't have two of the same fish. After yesterday. Mm-mm-mm. Yesterday. Mm-mm. I'm thinking console. Yeah, you would need a like a SSD, like a bigger SSD card for your thingy. Wait. Is that me? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait, did I put my forages here? Is that me? Mm. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay, I want to like sell these actually. But yeah, people are insane. You can add that to your list of things to get, Raven. Um, oh wait, my cave is up here, not down here. My bad. Also, what time is it? It's like 8 p.m. Okay. I need to like double check what, okay, I just need to make sure like I keep track of the time because my my thing is, I mean, what you could do is get like an external hard drive, Raven, but other than that, like, you could also get an SSD card. We can remind you in like 15 minutes. So, like pretty much like 8:30 for me, which would be like 11:30 for y'all. Can y'all remind me? Cuz I have like something in the oven. So I just want to be reminded. I keep forgetting whenever like someone starts their sentence with what, Nightbot puts like a really stupid automated message and like I keep forgetting. Okay, here you go. We're okay. Oh, wait. I'm gonna make that for dinner. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna snack on some. What else happened? Have a good night. I love you. I miss you. Ooh, I love you. I miss you, my elixir. Can someone tuck elixir into bed? Just do exclamation point tuck and then at elixir. Have a good night, my elixir. I can also tuck you in too. Thank you, my camel. Untuck elixir. Oh, my camel? That's crazy. That's crazy. That so you don't want you're messy for that, camel. You don't want elixir to go to bed. Got it. Got it. You're messy, girl. I was gonna tuck it in if it worked. Oh. Never messy, by the way. Right. Got it. Got it. Got it. Y'all, I kind of want. Okay, is it okay? Am I weird for this? If I made rice with popcorn chicken, if I made popcorn chicken and I wanted rice with it, is that weird of me or no? Am I weird for that or no? But like, I also just don't mind eating popcorn chicken by itself. Oh yeah, I would never put the wrong sauce on it. I normally okay, so I normally just okay, this is just me. I used to have popcorn chicken with tartar sauce, but like that was just my personal preference. But like I know like a lot of people would like eat it like they would sweet and sour sauce chicken or sweet and sour chicken, yeah. Ace made something better for dinner than nuggies. Wait, no, I read that wrong. Made something better for dinner. Wait, for dinner than nugget. Wait. Oh, that's crazy. But what did you make? What did you have? Share with the class. Also, guys, is it weird that I'm actually okay? Now that Ace had mentioned chicken nuggets, I actually want chicken nuggets now and not popcorn chicken. I actually want I actually want chicken nuggets. But, like, also, I don't really eat much of popcorn chicken anyway, so, like, I basically just save most of it for Mr. Lola. Wait, where the fuck is Anton? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I used to eat, you always want nuggets. How is it out of the ordinary? Listen. Why are they in there? But, like, I always want chicken nuggets. They're the same thing, just different form. But, like, okay, you DM'd me pics. Okay, but, like, why does this look so good? I want this. I want this. I want this food. Ace, where is mine? Well, I want that, actually. I want that. I want what you're eating. Baby, come on. Me down like I'm a domino. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Down like I'm a domino. I need Anton to come out of this place so I can give him a gift. Oh, Ace just DM'd it to me. Don't you know? Mm-mm-mm. Just all night. Mm-mm-mm. Skin tight. I need Anton to come out of there. Hibachi chicken with vegetables with mushrooms and egg fried garlic hibachi rice, all homemade from scratch. That sounds so good, though. I actually want some. You know what I really want though is like fried rice with egg foo young. I That's like my go-to like order if I were to go to a Chinese restaurant. Mm, 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 mm. That's like part of it. Like if I were to like go to like an authentic like Chinese restaurant, like I would get like egg foo young with fried rice and then like soup, maybe. But like that sounds so good. I need Anton to like come up here and like so I can give him his like gift. Yeah, so mm, 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 mm. Anton, I need you to come out. Sitting in the moonlight, me down like I'm a domino. I need this man to come out of that room. Cause like I'm not good enough friends with Paula to be like, okay, sir, I need you to come out of that room. I don't mind staying here like the rest of the day, but I need you to come out of that room. And he's still not coming out. Like, girl, come out of there. Oh my god. Let's see. Hold on. Let me actually like debug. Oh. For debug warp to character. Um uh my big back sister who doesn't consider other people when it comes to food ate all of them, but the old ones covered in ice. So I made chicken nuggets instead. Oh. BRB, no worries, my raven. Sonic. 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 Ooh, also, okay. If I get too tired of playing Stardew, I can switch to Phasmo. Normally, I'd make a dry rub nuggets or make some creamy garlic sauce with them, but I'm too lazy. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, not the life difficult. You could make a ghosted cream sauce and make it in about 3 minutes. Oh, that sounds good actually too. Mix seeds. No, I don't want to eat that. No, girl, I don't want to eat these. Okay, I'm gonna put these away. Mm, 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 mm. Yes. Oh, okay. Check oven. Okay, I will check oven now. Alright, so that is. Okay, get you. Okay, I'm gonna go check my stuff now. Mhm. Actually, I'll leave it on the screen so that way y'all will have some music to listen to. So I will be right back in a second. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Yes, I am, Breezy. Thank you for asking. Sorry. Sorry, I was just checking on food that was in the oven. But yes, I am enjoying Stardew. Oh, wait. I need to go back to my storage. Oh. Okay, well, I guess I already have those. And I need to sell the rest of these fruits and veggies. But yeah, I might switch to some, what you call it's in a minute, some Phasmo. So, if anyone does want to play Phasmo with me, you're more than welcome. I know Camel usually plays with me, so... So if anyone else wants to play with me, you're more than welcome to play with me. I'm thinking about like 20 to 30 minutes, Camel. Oh. I just wanted to do a couple of days on Stardew. And then, let's see, hold on. Let me also update my... So if you're free in like 20 to 30 minutes, Camel, so, I can hop on and play. Oh, fuck. I forgot to go to the block party yesterday in Stardew. I should be done eating by then? Okay. Oh my god. I got the hiccups. Okay, it's Vincent's birthday. Where the fuck is Vincent? I didn't even know that you were there. Sorry. Snail. Not the exactly what you wanted, hello? The dream would. Oops. The fishing noises instinctively make me want to click. Yeah. Makes the dream work. I still have to catch that king carp, and I haven't done it. Mm-mm-mm. Hi, Miraculous. We have a blueberry green latte. I hope you enjoy. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate that. Mm. Okay, let's see. It's only Vincent's birthday today, so I should be fine. Bro. Not that I don't trust you well enough. Hello? I just gave you bread. I can't even spell. Mm. Okay. I don't know why, but like every time like I listen to this, I always think of like a scene, like a fighting scene in like Attack on Titan or something, and I'm like, bro, or like this could be like a theme song for Attack on Titan. If you guys are familiar with the anime, but wait. Um, chest. Okay, I need to put some of my stuff away, actually. I've been so bad about checking for spring onions. Oh my god. I'm so horrible. Okay. Also, okay, hold on. I need to check something real quickly. La da da. Okay, hold on. Um, Oh, I need to ask Pluto for this, actually. Okay, sorry. I had to message somebody a question. And then okay. Let's go. Hey, oh. Oh. Hobby? Do you need that, girl? Oh. Crazy work. That's crazy. That's why you miss Icy calling you a fuck ass flop. Right. And she called you a power bottom, so... Hmm. Hi, baby. Hi, I'm a verse. Hmm. Interesting. Right. And that's why Elixir said good night to me and not you. Hmm. Baby, he's right next to me. Well, no, the fuck he's not. He said he don't want you, girl. Yeah, he specifically told me that he didn't want you. He said I don't want power bottoms like Hobby. So, also, guys, can I be honest? So, like, when I was a kid, okay, so you know how there's like different color chickens and stuff? Like, there's like different color eggs and stuff. Like, there's like the brown eggs, there's like the white eggs, there's like the little colorful eggs and stuff, and there's like different color eggs. So, like, your girl, when I was little, I used to think that like whatever egg that like bird had, or like the snake or whatever, like, and if you cooked the eggs, they would turn out the color of the shell. Like, they would turn out like the same color as the shell, and I used to think that like all the time. And I'm like, what? And like, I kept asking, like, I'm like, why do they like come out as like white and yellow if they're not like the same color as a shell? And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, let's see. So I don't know. I just always thought that when I was a kid. I was like, I can't. Mm-mm. 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 Also, mm-mm. 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 Okay, actually, I'm gonna go down the mines for this day, and then I'll... Not she asking me for proof, Poppy. Crazy. You're telling me Elixir's lying. No, I'm calling you a liar. So the fact that you think that I'm calling the love of my life a liar is crazy. BB, he said that on me. Oh. Oh. Well. Hmm. Shit. I think he's cheating on both of us. Oh, well, he doesn't want you in our poly relationship, Mama. So he'd never cheat on me. So, oh, right. This game reminds me of a new Minecraft in a way. Yeah, I love this game. This is my comfort game. I was never really like a Minecraft girly, but like I could see the appeal for like a lot of people. Oh, oh, I'm sorry about the ads, y'all. Bless it. Bless it. Y'all, I asked Mr. Lola for Taco Bell, and he said no. Why not? Girl, I don't know. He was like, we're trying to save money, right? And I'm like, oh. So I'm like, oh, okay, girl. And then he told me not to call him girl, and I'm like, girl. Like, yeah, so he's like, we're trying to save money, and I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I told him, and he's like, no, not right now. I'm like, oh. And he was like, no. I was like, I'm like, oh, okay. That's crazy. What's the go-to order? I usually get a Crunchwrap Supreme and a taco and a soda, and that's it. That's the only thing that I'll ever get from Taco Bell. I don't like eating anything else from there. Cause like like in his mind, he's like, if I get Taco Bell, he has to get Taco Bell for himself. So I'm like, girl, not that. Why isn't this little piece of shit moving? Okay, there. Finally. I'm like, girl, you better move. Oh, also, Javi, you need to let me know when you want to play together again. Because, like, I know we played together in, like, the past, but let me know, mama. When's our duo day? Oh. Well, you can just schedule it, Mama. You could just tell me. Well, I am going to be going on a hiatus, like, starting next week, so, maybe, we can do next Monday, next week on, or this coming Monday, on the 31st, if you want to. Or we can do, oh wait, what's tomorrow, Thursday? Or we can just do it when I come back from break. Well, I want to be streaming on TikTok anyway, but, like, so, like, when I come back from, like, my break here on Twitch, is what I'm trying to say. So, like, maybe, like, November? Da, da, da. Take a breather, yeah. Well, not this little piece of shit trying to come at me. Hold on. Oh. Not me receiving leather boots. Hold on. Immunity. Okay. Let me just do that. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna also do these. And then I'm gonna switch to Phasmo soon. Oh, I'm gonna switch to some Phasmo. Because I know Camel's waiting. Oh shit, my thing is over here. Wait. Where the fuck is this thing that I had? Oh, here. Um, um, Actually, yeah. I'll just listen to that. And maybe say hi. Listen. You say hi. Oops. Whose birthday is it today? Did I already give them a present? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, it's Vincent's birthday, so I already gave him a gift. I already gave him a birthday gift. Okay. Um, let's see you. You say hi. Remember your son. Okay, I can like just throw these away. I can keep you much longer. Okay, I'm gonna donate these. You much longer. I want to see you longer. Okay. I'm gonna keep those there, and then I'm gonna um. Okay, we're gonna switch to some um. We're gonna switch to some Phasmo guys. Let's see. Mm, Phasmo. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Mm-mm. 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 On drugs. On drugs. Mm-mm. Okay, let me message Camel. Mhm. Let me message Camel, and then I could.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Um. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Okay. I'm hoping that Camel can join so that way I don't have to play by myself. Mm, mm-mm. Mm, mm-mm. You know, I might just play like a game by myself so that way I could uh wait for Camel to join and then yeah, I'll wait for Camel. Hi, Amenas. Hi, bestie.
Oh, as if.
Ah, as if
We've had no reports of violence, but keep an eye out.
thank you for clocking in your attendance and your daily latte. My Jimenez. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, I forgot I'm on amateur. And I meant to do professional. But it's okay. No music box. Just gonna leave the light on in there. Oh, it's tarot cards. How are you doing, Jimenez? Please don't tell me it's gonna be a bathroom ghost. I really hope it's not gonna be a bathroom ghost, but I will double check. Okay, it's Justin. Okay, so Cruci incense sound. Okay. Um 73. $69. Okay. 70. So, oh, it could be a garage ghost or a basement ghost, probably. Yeah, it's basement, sadly. Yeah. Okay. Ghost Orbeez is the first evidence. Hmm. Do. Oh wait, I need to. Okay. It's not exactly freezing yet, so it's fine. I don't think it's a shade. No. I don't think it's a shade. Especially if I got ghost orbs, but it could be a possible mimic. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, no dots just yet. Or not, yeah, no dots yet. So I don't even think it's dots. Mm, okay, where's the breaker garage? Okay. Um, EMF2. Could be UV. It's like touching stuff. Getting on now? Okay, Camel. I'm gonna just play this one out and then you can join. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's see. I could talk to it through Spirit Box. Oh wait, but I need here, I'll just wait for ghostwriting actually. And oh fuck. Um are you here? Are you near?
Not far from there.
Are you here?
Taken away.
Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you young? Are you old?
Not far from there.
Okay. Oh. I'm young, hot, and I'm near BB. Oh. Oh. Well, I don't want to know where you are at, hobby. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's not. Okay. So it's Spirit Box. It could be one of these four, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay, I need one more writing. And then, or not writing, two more photos. And then one more recording. And then 3 more videos. Okay. Well, I don't know where the, oh. I should have picked up the fucking picture. Photo camera. Oh well. Okay, no UV. And I'm gonna just assume no dots because it hasn't given me dots yet, so... Oh. Well, would you look at that? As soon as I said it hasn't given me dots yet, it shows me dots. Okay. Well, it's a yokai. The ghost that I was not expecting it to be ends up being the ghost that it is. Okay. Okay, let's see. I need 2 more photos, and then 1 more recording, so... Two more photos, and 1 more recording. You did a little bit of leveling? Okay. Did I get that, actually? Yes. No, I didn't, Camel. I haven't gotten it. I should have gotten it, but I was like, nah. Like I've been playing on other games, to get it, or because I was like, I haven't really been playing. Um. Okay, I need to prevent it from hunting, and then I also need to cleanse the area. Hi, Stitches. But you had to lose money and items now? Excuse me? Okay, so should I... Hi, bestie. Um, Camel, should I use... Okay, I have the tarot cards here, right? Should I use the tarot cards now? Or wait? Because, like, I'm trying to, like, get one more photo and prevent it from hunting. And I also need to, like, get one more photo anyway, so... I'm not sure. You know, I play with the cursed items. Do it. Oh. Oh. Well, you know, you're right. You're right. But I only have tier one, crucies, though. Also, okay, I need to, I need to bring one of these in. One more. How are you, Stitches? I just hope I don't get a hangman. That's the only card that I don't want. Okay. Okay, the Wheel of Fortune. not the full card. Oh, not the full card. Another full card. Okay. Okay. I need to go back down there and see if it burnt the cruci. Oh. Wait, okay, how am I at oh. I was like, how am I at 100? Okay. Okay. I just want one more photo and that's it. Just one more photo is all I ask. Okay, should I go back down there and like stay in the room? Cause what, like yokai? Bitch! I should have taken a picture immediately, but I didn't. Come on, do another one. Hi, Admiral. I kind of don't want to get a perfect game, but it's EMF 4. I wanted to burn the crucie so that way I could just get the last photo and then leave, but I want you to hunt. I hate this ghost so much. I hate it. This ghost is an asshole. Please attack yokai. So that way I could just get the picture and go. This ghost is a bitch. Literally. My Zari! Oh my gosh. Hi, Zari. Sorry, I haven't seen you or May in like such a long time. Okay, I'm just gonna go and leave. I don't want to like wait for that ghost to like hunt and whatever. So I don't care if I don't get a perfect game. Oh my god, how are you doing, Zari? I've been asked at catching streams but because I be napping. Oh girl, that's okay. I've been a night owl these days. We need to
Welcome back.
we need to like hang out together. We need to like um play together soon. I reinstalled Fortnite. So if you and May want to play, let me know. But also I got myself a new PC since last time we talked, I think. So yeah, if you like, now my PC is stronger. A PC, no more laptop. Yes, girl, no more laptop, no more janky toaster. So, I have a PC now, girl, and I can do the dual platform streaming. So I can, so on mobile, it looks a little bit different. Um, so on mobile, it looks a little bit different. It's in the like vertical streaming, like how you can view streams on TikTok and stuff. So, yeah, so no more laptop. I can games a lot on a lot stronger thing now. But when are you gonna be streaming again? Sorry, I know you and May have been busy with like not streaming frequently. But let me shout you out, girl. Oh, yeah, girl. Let me know when you and May want to like kick it and like we can play. Oh, hi, Camel.
I I gained a level while waiting.
Oh, okay. I haven't streamed in so long because I wanted a break from my desk after work. Oh yeah, that's fair. That is so valid. Also, I have to pee. So I'm gonna be back real quick, guys. I gotta go pee. Um, I guess I'll leave Camel in charge. So Camel, you can talk to chat if you want. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm back. You know how you guys like, okay, so I don't know if y'all experience this, but do y'all know, like, if y'all feel like y'all have to pee, but like y'all don't have to go? That was just me just now. Like, I didn't even have to
Honestly,
go.
that accuse you for not washing your hands.
Well, I didn't even have to go to the bathroom because I was like, I didn't even have to pee because like, my bladder said, okay, like, it made it feel like I had to go to the bathroom. And then, like, my bladder was like, nah, I faked that. So I was like, I didn't even have to go to the bathroom. But I
And
do,
can you take your loadout off really quick?
oh yeah, let me check off all my stuff. Oh, do you have all tier 3 stuff? Is that why?
Not all tier 3, but important stuff tier 3.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take off all my stuff anyway, and then whatever you don't have, I can just add on to that. Okay. Oh wait, I don't want to bring headgear. I don't, okay, I guess I'll just bring through too. Let's go to Ridgeview. But, I missed you, Zari.
Check the equipment and get set up before
So
investigating.
just let me know if you, when you and,
Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had
when
reports
you
of
and
violence,
May want to
but
play.
nobody left in a hurry.
And I don't even have to stream Fortnite if you don't want me to stream it. We could just, the three of us could just play. It's not a Ouija board. It's not voodoo.
First room is kitchen.
Oh, okay. Gee, I have to really be logged in because of the sprites. But that's all I've been really playing is Fortnite. But I do be a tad bit lazy, you know, that's valid.
It's dirty water if you want a photo of that.
Wait, what?
Dirty water in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know, it's in the bathroom, not here. It's not, it's in the bathroom.
Yeah, exchange rooms already.
EMF 5. EMF 5, Camel. Fuck, I should have taken a picture. I didn't know the camera was right there. Ghost riding?
How old are you? Where are you?
Do you guys play spooky games still, Ari? Like, do you and May play spooky games? You guys can play this with me if you guys want. Yeah, 5 and ghost riding. Oh my god, there's ads. I'm so sorry. Second ads. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn it. Mhm. No, I'm so sorry, Zari. Was it Spirit Box or no?
I didn't get a response. I also changed rooms and it's like out here now.
No.
That's so most likely not UV.
Shit, this camera's bugged. I can't get freaking recordings. Hello? Okay, there. Okay, welcome back from ads. Sorry. I didn't realize ads were playing so soon. Last night's play was Hollow Cocoon. Wait. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I just died.
It's the idle gas, by the way.
Oh, is it? Okay. But yeah, you should play with me, Zari. Um, this is not so bad. Um, and I can teach if you and May want to learn how to play, I can like teach y'all. Hi, Mickey. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just playing some Faz with my friend Camel, but it's so good to see you. We played the Boofy Fort Faz, but that's it, LMAO. So that Twitch mobile just got an update. Did it get another update? Because I updated it yesterday or the day before. Did it get another update? Let me check. Oh wait, you know what? I could have just updated it the other day. Probably. Oh, Camel died. Chat is like translucent. Yeah, I'm doing like a dual format. So like the dual formatting.
There's some jobs ready for you.
So like it's pretty nice.
Yeah, the camera didn't let me record. It like finished the circle, then didn't do anything.
Oh. Okay, I just did Tanglewood, but I kind of want to do it again. But yeah, you should play with me, Zari. You and May, and I can teach y'all.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. I've got a report that suggests a possible sighting.
This game is like really fun with friends. And thank you guys for redeeming your guys' daily lattes. Thank you.
On to the laundry.
Coming. No voodoo doll. Where are you? No haunted mirror. Let me check the music box, actually. No music box. Could be tarot, Ouija. Or no tarot. I think it's in the living room. It's in the living room, Camel. Oh wait, I need the camera. And then I also need the recording too. To record the what fucking door did you mess with? Hello?
Master bedroom door.
Here. Oh. Where are you? Where are you? Goodbye. 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 Oh my god, goodbye. Goodbye. Camel, come down here and say goodbye to the thing. Goodbye. 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 I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
There's no way you started cursed hunk and died in basement. Left me alone.
Listen, Camel! I didn't do it on purpose. I also literally said goodbye and it didn't listen to me. Is that EMF? Hold on. Okay, yeah, that's EMF. That's EMF.
EMF 5 in spirit box, by the way.
I can't believe I died. I died in vain, bro, and I hate it. Like, I literally, like, as soon as I walked in the living room, I just died.
It should be a wraith. It has the steps and salt.
I'm pretty sure it is, too. Hold on. I'm just gonna guess Wraith, just because... Da-da-da. Can't believe I died. Ugh. Da-da-da. Wait, when you say chat is translucent, are you talking about like underneath like the game on mobile, Mickey? Yeah, that's a part yeah, that's a part of chat. So like yeah, so like every time like you chat and stuff, it's like different. So um it's like different compared to like the classic view. And if you're I know like a lot of people are like used to classic, but like the classic views, so like they stick to classic view, but honestly, I prefer like the vertical layout just because like it sinks in pretty well with um it sinks in pretty well with um like if you're viewing on horizontal and stuff. So like it's pretty solid, I think. And I like it a lot. So it's a lot better for people to just view, especially if like they're lying in bed. I was thinking about like instead of like having like the game behind me on like mobile, um like I was thinking about doing like an image file maybe, but like that's just me like this. Oops. Like this maybe. Um like hold on. Let me also like just make it fit to screen and then like oh, hello? Did my strawberry hello? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I was gonna say I'm like, hold on. Let me let me like remove it and like re-add it. Hold on. Let me get the image file background. Yes. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm just messing with my game stuff. Let's see. But yeah, I figured it would be nice to have
I have
something.
everything. It's Wraith. We have Dodging, F5 Spirit Box, and I believe I have all unique media.
Okay. Okay. All unique media. Okay, dead body, Brick Cruzy. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I figured that would just be nicer with like the strawberry background.
I need the bone. If you can help me look.
Oh, okay, well, the bone is what I was looking for actually. Hold on. And then I ended up dying. Hi Pisces, thank you for the lurk. Oh, wait, I just realized your auto shout out Pisces is spelt wrong and I feel so bad. Hold on. Your auto shout out is hold on. I'm so upset with myself. Okay. Guys, don't click that link, whatever you
You
do.
have Wraith.
Yes, I do have Wraith. I do. Okay, there, guys. You guys click that link instead. You guys click that link instead.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I still can't believe I died to a fucking Wraith, bro. I literally said goodbye, and then after that, it just started hunting me. I hate it. I hate this game, but I also love this game.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the objectives, and I didn't skip it during the hunt, so we didn't get a perfect game.
Yeah, I know. It's so sad.
I also didn't feel like waiting 10 minutes for my sanity to go down low enough.
Oh, where are you?
Right. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. New intel. Reports of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
No mirror, no music box, no thingy-majig. No haunted mirror.
Go to his bathroom.
Okay. No voodoo. Ghost orbs.
Bone is most likely basement.
Okay. So,
Spirit box UV.
it's a Cormos.
Could be mimic. So we need to just keep an eye out for freezing.
Okay. Did it step in all the salt, or no?
Yep. Went through all the salt.
Okay. I'm gonna get a thermometer. Here's the camera, by the way. I'm gonna bring some more salt and stuff. Where
Also,
are
the
you?
Cormos, you can stand perfectly still and it will barely see you. It has to be really close. So don't worry about running if it starts something. Just get away from it and then stand still.
Okay. Um, can you bring a candle and a lighter?
I already have it.
Oh, okay.
How old are you? Where are you? 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 How old are you?
Howdy.
Where are you?
Struck from behind. Elderly.
My sound recorder's bugged. It's not showing any of the like lines or anything, so I don't know when it's making sound. Did you find the bone yet?
Yeah, I did. And it's tarot cards, too. Okay, we got all the photos and videos.
We have everything. We just need to make sure it's not a mimic.
Okay, let me go get a thermometer.
We have
Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Y'all, I'm literally... Okay, I'm gonna take a thingy.
all the
Oh,
objectives and
we
we need to
gotta...
delete a photo.
We gotta delete a photo. Yeah. I was gonna say we gotta delete a photo. Yeah, we can delete that one. And then we gotta witness a ghost event in the parabolic microphone. Okay, I guess I'll take a photo and then a thermometer. Okay, we're good. Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
I got the parent mic.
Okay, it was like 32.6, but I don't know if it's like supposed to be like full freezing, but
Yeah, it's probably not a mimic.
it's tarot cards, by the way.
I mean, we don't really have a reason to pull it besides, actually we do, because it can ghost event.
Well, should I get a... Wait, hold on. Let me get a smudge real quick for myself, and then you can pull.
You need to be in here to take a photo of the ghost if it does.
Okay, I'm gonna just... Wait, Hormos is the one that can't see, right? Hormos is the one that can't see. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they can't see or hear. Or, well, they can hear, but they can't see. Okay.
Watch me pull Hangman.
No. Damn, look at you. Look at you dead. Dead as hell. Shit. Okay. Okay! I hate it here. I hate it here. What do you mean?
Welcome
What
back.
do you...
Like prepared.
And it was a mimic! See, I should've went with my instinct and just chose mimic, and then just in case it was.
That game was fucked.
No, I demand a redo on that map, actually. Because, like, what do you mean? I literally dropped the tarot cards just to, like, try to smudge, and it didn't do it.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here.
I saw the red lights down there from the van and thought it was a blood moon. Because I
Oh,
was looking down when the door opened.
not that.
Check out my blood moon. It's fun and gives you more money.
Phone is back in the end hole.
Okay. Breaker's also on.
The fuck it gets hot in mirror.
Yeah, I got the picture.
It was just in base.
This fucking ass ghost. Where are you? Ghost orbs. It's actually no, don't sit this all. It's right here. It's in this room. Over there. UV. Ghost writing? Y'all. Okay, good thing I got the recording and the video for that, so... Or the picture and the... Ghost writing and ghost orbs. Oh, also, I don't know if you heard what I said earlier. It's ghost... Oh, it's ghost orbs, too. Oh. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Did it change back into that room? Yeah, it's in this room again.
Hi, how are you?
Mojo, what did you do? Girl, that's okay. Oh, the lights flicker! Record it. Girl, it's okay. I'm not even mad. So rude. Put me in the basement. Girl, the basement is reserved for mods, mama. Send the ghost upon me. Oh, not that. Would you like to play, though, my mojo? I need to take some sanity.
You have no sanity, by the way.
I know, that's why I'm coming back upstairs. On for a bit? Yeah, come play. We got room for like 2 people. I'm just playing with my friend Camel. I was playing some Stardew earlier, but I was just kind of like, oh, I want to play some
We do need a
Pass.
ghost video, by the way.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna hop on. Okay, come play, come play. And then I'll DM you the code. You're in my Discord server, right, my mojo? Or are we friends in general on Discord? I don't know. I can whisper you or I can DM you the code. Can you remove the motion sense from the couch? Oh wait, I don't wanna video that. We need a video of the ghost actually. Okay, we need 2 more photos and then 1 more video. 2 more photos, 1 more video, and 2 more recordings, so... Okay, let's see. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, artist.
Ah, as if.
Ah, as if. What's our 3rd evidence, if you know what it is?
I do not.
Okay, well, I don't think it's... Okay, it's not... Oh, was that dots? Hello? I don't
It
know.
probably is, because it's not been freezing and it can't be Mary.
I want to say it's dots. And it hasn't been talking to the spirit box, so...
Yeah, Mary would have changed his favorite room to a room with the light on.
Just, while I hang out with friends, that's okay. Wait, did you move the freaking, wait, did you move the thing? See?
Yeah, move them so that they are covering the whole room.
Oh, okay.
So one over here, one over there.
Okay. We need like 2 more photos, so... and then we need 1 more video, but I'm trying to reserve that for the ghost video.
If you end up going back to the truck, could you bring the other dots down?
Yeah. Just take a picture of like one of the Crucies if you can. Well, yeah. Guys, also, are you serious? Right when I'm about to walk out that fucking door, bro. Did
It's
you?
Revenant.
Okay. Can you get a photo of the freezing temps? Oh. Never mind. You're here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Zay? Okay, but why is all the freaking...
What are you doing in my swamp?
Now, Zay. Just say you hate me. Y'all. I'm still mad at Zay, by the way. I'm still mad at Zay.
What are you doing?
Zay, I'm still so mad at you. Okay? I'm very mad at you because I was at a 50 stream streak. I was at a 50 stream streak.
And switch rooms again into the little washer.
Okay.
As if.
I was at a 50... Okay, guys, let's talk about it. Let's be messy. Like, let's be messy. Y'all, because, like, Zay be streaming, like, all over the place, right? So I was over here like, okay, Zay... Like, and mind you, the day that I had a 50 stream streak in Zay's chat was the day that his, like, internet kept going out and all this other stuff. So I was like, okay, let me just, like, watch the stream. I was there. I was chit-chatting. And then, mind you, he was literally like, oh, yeah, my bad. I was probably drunk or something. I'm like, you can't, no. You can't use that as an excuse, mama. Because no. Because, like, you be streaming at, like, the wee hours of the night, and then you expect everybody to be like, oh, yeah, like, here's, and then, no, we ain't listening, mama. We ain't listening. You did this to everybody. Then you had the audacity to be like, oh, yeah, you know, it was probably my internet, and then when we try to watch a bot or something, it says, oh, yeah, this content is not available. I'm like, okay, so what are we supposed to watch? What are we supposed to watch? So, like, you know, me being, like, the CEO of Lola Messi University, all my students are clocked in, and you over here just like, yeah, I'm gonna just silently be messy and not tell the dean what the fuck is going on. No. You not finna say goodnight, mama. You not finna say goodnight. You stay in here. You stay in here, girl. You stay in here. No. You stay in here, Zay. Because everyone here got beef with you, and you over here not telling the dean of Lola Messi University. No, Tater. You better not no. You don't get to dictate what you are not the vice principal of Lola Messi University. So you're smelly ass roach. You girl, don't play with me. Don't play with me because mama.
As if.
No, girl. Now, Fran, we are mad at Zay for messing up all of our, you know, our stream streaks. So, Fran, you just gonna defend Zay for messing up all of our shrink streaks? Admiral, no, don't get it twisted, Admiral. Don't.
You have a smudge with you.
Oh, sorry. I'm over here being messy. Here. Anyway.
Oh, as if.
Can you put one of the cameras here? Did you, hold on. You guys can shout out Zay, but I've forgiven him. Oh. Listen, no. I had to ban Lola earlier in the stream. No, you timed me out. First of all, you and Law were both bullying me.
But now you have
What latte was I given? Oh, my
now one of my elite employees.
I don't know. Chat was kind of moving fast. My Momo. I don't know. I don't know actually. I don't know. I don't know. I'll look back at the VOD. Hot Pilk it says. Oh, so okay, so take back what I was given. Take that back. I was given a hot Pilk latte.
The last sound and the last photo, so we just need a video of the ghost.
Okay.
So can you give me your second smudge?
Oh, I gave it to you.
Right,
I dropped it right there, right there. So okay, so
And I'm gonna hide for
so Charlie's. So what that is essentially what that is a dirty Pepsi latte, and when my Pilk is already so bad, does it even get worse by well, okay, so that's the thing. My friend no, well, okay, hold on. So my friend who was pregnant with her first child, that's all she craved during her pregnancy was a hot Pilk latte. So, which was like a Pepsi latte, and that's all she drank. And so, but that was a pregnancy craving. That was a pregnancy craving. So, I mean, during she doesn't drink it like now, but like, she doesn't drink it now, but, she Pilk is pregnant milk. Listen. Okay. Zay, I will forgive you, but I will not forget. Yeah. So, but also, okay. But okay. I had some weird cravings. Okay, so for those who don't know, a while back, like maybe like a year or so ago, I was like pregnant a while back, and like I had lost a baby, but I ended up having like weird cravings. So like one of the cravings that I had was like Doritos with ranch. And then like the other one was like Oreos with jelly. And it was well, Oreos with jelly was not that weird. But that was like a year or so ago. Now, Tater, I'm over here trying to share a sentimental story, and you over here trying to slap me, girl. Tater's over here trying to slap me for girl. But okay, but Oreo with Oreos with like strawberry jam is really good. I'm not gonna lie, Oreos with strawberry jam is so good. Oh, I don't have a Rob Command my camel. Should I add one? Be honest. But yeah, that was when I was like pregnant a year or so ago. But yeah, you guys should. It's kind of like it's like super sweet, but like it's really good. Yeah, say it's with child. I'm Frankie will tell you all about it. Stop. Stop. Make one specifically for robbing Tate. If I speak it, if I, oh, okay, well, I can definitely do that. Yes, yeah, we just need a recording of the ghost. That's it. We were trying to get a ghost hunting video. But also, guys, Mr. Lola told me earlier that
Has it been hunted yet? I haven't heard of it.
no, y'all, Mr. Lola told me no earlier. I feel like I tried Doritos with jelly. I feel like I tried Doritos with ranch. Yeah. Um, Lola's telling you no. Yes, Mr. Lola told me no. It's hunting camel. Hide. I got the hunting video. I also got the hunting video. But also Mr. Lola told me no because I had asked for like McDonald's or Taco Bell and he told me no. So I was like, well, damn. I just wanted this is what I just wanted. And he was just like, go eat popcorn chicken that we had in the freezer. And I didn't even really eat it. I just I didn't even eat it. I was just like, I don't want that. I just had like one or two pieces and that was it. And I was like, I'm good. Okay. I have Revenant. Yeah, I told him, I said, I want this. And he was like, no. So I was like, well, damn. That's crazy. But, oh, also, okay, so since we're talking about kids, y'all want to know the name of the child would have been if it was a girl, it would have her name would have been Shavaya, or if it was a girl, it would have been Javaya, or if it was a boy, oh, I don't think I ever picked a boy name. I was just hoping that I'd get a girl, but
W gambling.
yeah. Oh, also, let me message Mojo. Let me message Mojo. Yeah, so Javaya would have been the girl name, but I don't know. I don't think I ever chose like a name for like a boy. Cause like I never really like cause like what if like my child like was older, like if it was born and then like it was born a boy and then they also like came out as trans later on. So I was like, what if they wanted to change their name if they got older and wanted to be trans? So I was just like, I don't know. I didn't know what my name would have been if I was a boy because my parents didn't choose my name. My uncle did. Oh, that would you know, if I were to choose a boy name, I would have probably just did a simple like um I would have probably named my son like I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't think that far. I had it on Steam. Okay, let me see. Let me see my mojo. Let me open up Steam. Let me open up Steam. Okay, and then I'll get the code and stuff, my mojo. Oh wait. Oh! Oh wait, not me typing in mojo. Hold on. I was like typing mojo in my Steam friends list and I was like, hold on. I was like, mojo? Okay, I just DM'd you the code, my mojo. Y'all, Mr. Lola's in the room.
Y'all.
We want to try one of the new maps. If you want, Camel, what did you want to do? Hi, my mojo.
Hi. Oh my god, wait, your guys' calling cards are so cute. Or your little, I mean not calling cards, god, fucking Call of Duty's on my brain. Your little badges.
Yeah, yours is nice too. Where did you get it?
I don't even know how I got this one.
Oh, you know what? I have that one too. That one was from like one of the prior
It was like a drop, wasn't it?
it was a drops. Yeah, it was Twitch drops.
Oh.
Babe, chat told me to tell you to not tell me no.
Period.
Y'all, he's acting brand new.
No to what?
No to food.
I didn't say no to. Explain.
Okay, well you can leave.
No, explain yourself.
When you told me no to Taco Bell and McDonald's.
You still got the Taco Bell.
What? That was like 2 weeks ago.
Don't act brand new.
No. That was 2 weeks ago.
Like 2 days ago.
No.
Playing
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yo, chat, check her out. She lying though.
See, now Mr. Lola is calling me a liar. He's saying Lola is a liar who lies, and y'all should hate her. And I was like, that's crazy.
I believe it.
Camel, you're not supposed to be on a man's side.
Oh.
But I am a man.
Well, you're a gay man. You're not supposed to be on a straight
so
man.
Especially be on a man's side.
You're not supposed to be on a straight man's side.
Oh. So anyway,
You signed
on that note.
No. Y'all aren't okay. I'm gonna ban all of y'all. How about that? Y'all aren't supposed to be on Mr. Lola's side. Do we try to be messy today? No, for real. Mr. Lola. Zay, how would I ban you? Girl, Camel, please.
Zay, now I told you.
Zay, see, I just forgave you, Zay, over the thing.
And you done fucked up. Look at you.
You're right. Yeah, exactly. If we're not supposed to be on his side, then we're out. Admiral, I'm gonna ban, block, and report you. Can we ban, block, and report Admiral, please? We need to ban, block, and report Admiral's account.
We're just ban blocking and everybody in the chat at this point.
Yeah. We are. Also, what do you guys want to do? Like the restricted maps? Because those just came out.
Oh, I don't care. I'm down for whatever.
Thank you, my top and my hammy. See? Pluto, okay, so not you saying, oh, wow. Pluto, are you on my side or no? What? I only took like maybe like 1 or 2. And I didn't eat it. The rest. I just want Taco Bell or McDonald's.
Yeah, talk about.
Let me do it. Pluto,
Hey, yo, Chad,
girl,
she want me to get Taco Bell over paying rent. Make that make sense.
yo, Mr. Lola was like, I just pay rent, so we can't have McDonald's or chicken nuggets or Taco Bell, and he still told me no. So
What's this?
that's just like I just had like 2 or 3 in here, and I just had crumbs.
What's that though?
That's like the sauce.
What's sauce?
I'm neutral because um okay, I'm gonna leave my mojo in charge.
Oh,
Actually, I'm gonna leave my mojo and my friend in charge. So if y'all act up,
I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. I got the belt. I'm ready. I got.
if y'all act up, it's gonna be on site. Hold on,
You don't want this smoke. I promise, chat.
hold on. I'm gonna give them temporary lead mod, and if y'all act up, they gonna whoop you. Okay, I'm gonna give them.
I've got the band hammer.
Yeah.
Oh
So
shit.
I'm gonna give them because they're gonna be in charge. Hold on. How do I?
Yeah, you know what the funniest part about this is that I've been following Lola on literally everything except for Twitch until about 20 minutes ago. She's already giving me lead mod.
Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna leave them temporary. I'm gonna leave my friend. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna give them temporary lead mod, just temporarily. So y'all better behave for my mojo and my friend. This is just temporarily, just for the night. Okay.
Gets bonus points
So
for using one of my emotes.
So y'all, it's on site. Y'all better behave. I'm gonna get some water. If y'all act up, they gonna tell me. So y'all better behave.
Don't worry. I got the chunkla out. I'll get the chunkla. Can you ban Tate? Oh fuck. Listen, I need good reason. You know, I haven't seen anything crazy since I got the hammer. You know, I have the hammer. I'm waiting. I'm telling you. I got my Inspector Gadget goggles on. Listen, Fran, I'm a little like, you know, I can. Yeah, well, he's lurking, right? He hit with the lurk at a very terrible time. You know what? You're right. That's good enough reason. Let's time out, Tate. Yep. How do I do this? Like this, right? Oh, I thought that was 10 minutes. Guys, don't worry. I'm a pro moderator. I'm a guys. I don't think I've ever been a mod in anybody else's chat. Thanks, Fran.
Okay, what happened, y'all? What happened? Who's misbehaving?
I was just testing my authority. I just wanted to make sure, you know, that it was working properly, and we're good.
Oh no! Oh, not the timeout. I'm sick. See. I made the right people head mod. If y'all listen, if y'all want to keep head mod, just let me know.
I don't know how modding works. I've never been a mod before. You gave it to the right person.
Wait a minute. What did Camel say? W time
Yeah, I
out.
said time him out for an hour for every inch on his forehead.
Oh.
No, Camel, please. Stop. But yeah, Fran and Mojo, if y'all want to be added to the mod team, just let me know, y'all. I
Good.
just
I tabbed out of your. Oh, here we go. Oh,
just keep Mojo as
listen,
permanent
Mom.
mod. Well, listen, I will if she wants to. I will if she wants to. I don't know
I'm
about
down.
Fran.
Listen, I'm not scared to whip the hammer out. Okay, I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Not like real mods do anything around here. Listen, Admiral. Oh, Tater?
Kate, you better watch it. Hey.
No. Well, not too much on Camel. Not see. Oh.
4,000.
Okay, now
96.
that wasn't even Mojo or Fran, actually.
That was not me.
That was
not me.
that wasn't even Mojo or Fran. Oh,
My hands are up.
okay, we can go to prison, by the way.
Okay. Oh fuck. Sorry. Do you like chat? Do y'all like my kitty cats?
I do. I
They're
do.
So cute.
I do.
I was gonna say another word, but I'm gonna try to keep it PG for you, my Lola.
Oh, it's
I'm trying
okay.
really hard.
We're very unhinged and chaotic here.
Since when is Lola
Oh, okay,
PG?
great, guys. Do you like?
Oh, I cut you off by accident. My bad. I hit the start button. Yeah, I'm never PG here, my Mojo. So you can be chaotic and unhinged.
They're not here yet.
You can be
No,
as
they aren't.
chaotic and unhinged as you want, my Mojo.
I'm screaming the way that it cut out right before I said pussy.
Listen,
That is amazing.
yeah, you know what's funny is that I say my pussy hurts and like my titties hurt all the time, and like people just be looking at me sideways. So
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Somebody go back and click that.
Where are they going?
Oh, Mojo, come over here.
I don't know where I'm going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, stick with me and Camel.
It's restricted, so I think it's just to one side. I haven't actually played on this map before.
Oh, Camel's a pro. Got it. Voodoo doll's sitting right here.
Oh wait, let me see. Okay, I took a picture.
Whoever's got my voodoo doll IRL, can you like leave it alone, please? My back hurts. Thanks.
Tate, what do you mean you haven't been drinking, girl?
This might be the ghost room. It got down to like 2 degrees.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well,
No,
we need to find the
I
bum.
it threw something over this way.
Oh, bless you, Mama.
Thanks. I choked on my own fucking snot.
Oh, girl, bless it.
My thermometer is like bugging out. Oh.
Oh, not that. Now, not too much on my hammy, Tater. Why are you wishing death on Hammy, girl?
A flop in life and death is crazy.
Oh, I read that wrong.
You would know.
Oh!
What's this in my back? Does that hurt? Hey, yeah. Grab Fran's back and twist it.
I need whoever got my... Oh!
Jade's hairline has left the premises.
You know, so real.
Oh my god,
Not too much on my hammy.
Oh shit.
Y'all want to know why Tate covers his forehead with bandanas? It's because he's trying to hide that 5 head, and also he's trying to hide those hidden roach bite marks. Have we found the bone
How
yet?
did
Oh.
you get outside?
Oh, hold on. I didn't get outside. I was upstairs.
Down the.
I
Yeah, but how did you get down here? Because I went down the stairs.
It's also ghost orbs too.
Where's the room?
It's right here, literally. It's
Yeah,
literally
I
like
said it was here.
Yeah.
Because it got down to 2 degrees. No one listened.
Well, I was like looking for the bone.
Well, wait until after stream for Mr. Lola to give you that. No, now we're playing Phasmophobia.
Oh, well, not that kind of bone camel, please. Wait, where's my... Where's my camera? I had my camera in my hand. Hello?
The video camera's on the tripod.
No, I had a photo... Unless I didn't grab it. Fuck.
Right here.
Oh,
In my hand, I picked it
okay.
up. Yeah, so this is the room.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn the breaker on, if we haven't already.
Like that they made the map.
I haven't been a TikTok mod before, but Twitch does have a lot of buttons. I honestly get so confused. I actually do stream on TikTok too sometimes, but I didn't stream on TikTok tonight, so also, guys, I miss y'all. By the way, I miss y'all. Y'all.
I repeat, breakers on.
Oh.
It's hunting.
Guys, are y'all gonna miss me? By the way, are y'all gonna miss me? Be honest. Can y'all be honest?
Oh, I'm dead. Got it.
Can y'all be honest? Will y'all miss me? Okay, so next Monday is like my last stream for like a couple months. But I will be streaming during Tate's tournament though. Oh, you bitch. You bitch. You bitch. I got that hunting video, though. I got that hunting video. I died. I died for it. Yeah, I'll be streaming on TikTok during the couple months that I'm not on Twitch. It's just that I'm gonna, like, take a break from Twitch for a while, and then the only time that I'll...
Chat for Lola?
The only time that I'll ever...
Where are you? Are you friendly?
The only time...
Turn yourself around, show me your toes.
The only time that I'll probably ever come out of my, like... of my hiatus is for Tater's tourney, but I just needed a long break. I just needed a mental health break from, like, Twitch in general. So, like, I'm gonna, but I'll like stream like on TikTok like every like once in a blue moon during those like 2 months, and then I'll make like my official return. I'll make my official like return to Twitch in like the first week of November. But yeah, I'm gonna miss y'all. But I'll be in people's chats and stuff,
Do we
like,
have
but
anything
mostly
besides orb?
like lurking.
No.
Let's EMF3. November. Damn, you really hate us? Listen, if ghostwriting, ghostwriting, ghostwriting. Listen, Admiral. I need it. I need it. But also, guys, I'll be back. Don't worry. Trust. Don't worry. I just need a break. Yes, I need a Twitch break. But I need to definitely, like, I will definitely be on TikTok for sure, because, like, I also want to grow on other platforms too. So if you guys ever want to follow me on TikTok, feel free. Um but also, yeah, this is my, oh wait, I don't think I have a TikTok command, but I do have my socials command, guys. If you guys want to follow me on social media, I am on social media. So if you want to follow me on, like, Blue Sky, I'm also on Twitter, but I don't really use my socials like that, with the exception of, like, posting my clips. I will. Yeah, um I'll definitely do that for sure. I'll enjoy it.
I never sounds like it's starting from like over this way.
Also, guys, I do have a Discord. I do have a Discord too. I did turn it into an apply.
Ghostwriting.
I did turn it
Didn't see
into
that.
apply to join, just because I'm
Try
trying to,
spirit
like,
box
not
again.
deal with those
It should be
freaking.
in there then.
I'm not trying to deal
So
with those, like,
it should be
stupid
spirit box. I'll leave the room.
GFX artist
Okay.
bots. So,
It's hunting.
oh, this ghost is ugly as fuck. Admiral, we've all seen Tater's bald spot, actually. When he took off his bandana. Let's not. Oh. I mean, who said that? I mean, who said that? Y'all, did I tell you Mr. Lola might get me food, but he was like, never mind. Y'all, he said never mind. Mr. Lola literally was like, never mind, y'all. I hate Lola. I feel like 90% of Mr. Lola mentions is about him denying me food. Well, yes, because it's always about denying me food. And it's like every time I'm, like, hungry, and I'm like, girl, I'm hungry. Okay, so it's either dots. Okay, no, I don't think it's dots. Oh. No, I don't think it's dots.
Alright, stay right here. I'm gonna try the. Where are you? Are you friendly? Give me a sign. What's your name? How did you die? Why'd you kill Lola? How fucking dare you, you stupid bitch?
Between a young
Anyway.
assailant.
Oh!
Alright, let's go!
Oh! Not her calling the ghost a bitch and then talk to her. That's crazy. Now, Tater, not too much on our hammy. Not too much. Messy as always? It's always messy here. When is it never messy?
Make sure you have mayor. We got spirit box.
Yes, I haven't. Y'all, I really want chicken nuggets and fries. Actually, no, I really want Taco Bell. Y'all, I really want Taco Bell. That's actually true. Tate did start it. Tate did start it. Because, like, all Tater said was, oh, and then started going off on people. And then I was like, well, damn.
Are you ready, Lola?
I am ready.
Okay, yep, she's ready. Yep.
Tater kicked you, Hammy? That's wild. See, I could never do that to you. See, Hammy knows when I'll be messy with her, and then, like, but Tater, on the other hand, will just, like, silently boot you and then just not say a word. And then I would literally tell Hammy, I'm like, it wasn't me this time, girl. I'll let you know if I actually did it.
Do you have the tier 3 thermometer?
I don't know. Let me actually, like, go shopping.
Because if you do, we could take off a thermometer so we can have the tier 3 one.
Wait.
I was gonna say, you could take off everything and we could get... I have everything, I think. Like, upgraded. I could just put my load out.
With no warning. I know. That's crazy, Hammy. Wait, you said thermometer?
I was talking to them.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want me to take everything off, I will.
Okay, bet. Take it off, Lola,
Yeah.
take it off.
I'm fine with making them pay for everything. Level 94.
Okay, Isn't this a family-friendly stream? You know what? You're right. Can I get an exclamation point CS, please, girl?
Not if I'm here, it's not. Did I equip it? Did I do it right? No, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a Christian stream, guys.
Christian
I'm not,
right.
I'm not one of them sinners, you know.
And why are we lying?
Oh, well, you know, I'm not a sinner, so.
Oh.
You know, I'm always on my knees, but you know, I ain't praying.
I have so much money. Give me 1 second and I will oh fuck. Get some things.
You will joke with Tate and he comes out with the most gut-wrenching hurtful words you'll ever see. Literally, no, Fran, literally that's what Tate Tate would try to like roast me and stuff, and I'd be like, girl, shut the fuck up. And then I would I would block him for like 2 seconds and I'm like, okay, I can't see what Tater said, and then I would unblock him and be like, oh hey girl, hey. No, but I love my Tater. I love my Tater. Tater stays actively messy. OMG, was it him who said you had a janky wig or something? No, literally, Charlie's girl. Tater will stay coming for me and was like, Lola, I'm gonna snatch your wig off. I'm like, Mama, this is all natural hair, girl. So you ain't snatching nothing, Mama. Someone should meet Tate. Oh, a janky wig? Oh, that's messy. Oh.
Why?
Oh, Tate, you gotta stop
It's not
talking about
letting me
hair,
read
right?
everything.
Oh, you had to like enable. You had to like,
Yeah.
you had to like just click it. Do you have like, it should show like boxes of like things that you own. So you might need to disable and
Yeah,
then
I have two
enable.
of yeah, I have two of everything, and I reset the loadout. But when it's like oh, I'm dumb. Never mind.
Recently takes it all off.
Sorry, so sorry. I'm a silly little goose. Let me just get back in my fucking pond. Sorry. Okay. You don't need flashlights, right? No, I mean.
Wait, what did Camel say? I missed it.
Yes.
Oh, Camel is right. Camel is right. 100% right. Tater do be like so jealous of everybody's hairline that everybody has a hairline and he doesn't. And also guys, Tater just the other day, Tater was the one who was like trying to call everybody stank ass roaches the other day, and I was like, that's crazy, and they're not even here to defend themselves.
Wow. Okay,
And then y'all have proof of Tater trying to slap me when we were talking in a vulnerable moment. No, we're not, no, you're not going to bed. Tater, you need to look in the mirror, Mama. You're the roach king here. My house is clean. I clean my house. My house, no, actually it's my apartment. Correction. My apartment is bug free actually. My apartment is bug free. No roaches, no nothing. So you just mad as fuck. Y'all were here when Tater tried to slap me. When talking about in a vulnerable moment. And then Tater tried to take it back like he didn't try to hurt me. They in your bed hunting. Mama, I know you're not talking about yourself, girl. It's okay. It's okay, girl. Oh, are we ready? What map did we choose? Y'all are over here. Oh.
I'm down for whatever.
Okay. Thank you, my top. Thank you, girl. Tater, first of all, you are a roach. Second of all, I'm trying to defend myself. I'm trying to do these out of self-defense, and you're over here trying to bully me, girl. Y'all see this? Tater is bullying me.
What the?
Oh, did you not put your tier 3 stuff? Did you not like click on the tier 3 before?
Hey Lola, do you want to like restart the?
Oh yeah.
No, hold on. Just give me like 1 minute. I'll get the ghost away.
Oh yeah, Camel will like get the ghost in like 5 minutes. It's fine. We can hang out in the van and like yap.
I'm so silly, Goofy.
Oh, that's messy. Not you on lurking Zay. What did Zay say? Hello? Maybe someday someone will stick up for me. Tater, girl, I tried sticking up for you the other day, actually, when people were being messy. And I was like, when people were being messy the other day on you, and you was like, I wish someone would defend me, and I did defend you, and you didn't even, and you said, thank you, Lola. Someone's actually defending me, and you probably forgot about it. Tate calling out lurkers? Yeah, Fran. See, Tate is calling out lurkers. That's rude. Tater, stop calling out lurkers. No. No. You better, no. We're unlurking you. You better come back. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Is it Jody? Welcome in, Jody. So sorry. You caught us in like a moment where we were being messy.
Really messy.
Yeah, so sorry. So sorry. Guys, y'all need to be y'all need to be like a good example to our friend.
Are we best behavior? I swear to God, I'm.
Are we canceling Tater? Hi, my stiletto. Yes, we're canceling Tate.
Wait. Oh, I thought Cam died.
Stop jumping my birthday twin. Well, Carlos, you weren't here when he started it. And also, Carlos, Tater was calling everybody a hoe, including you, and he said that everybody has bed bugs but him, apparently. Yeah, and Carlos, you know what? Another thing, Tater was calling out lurkers too. Yeah. I'm telling you, Carlos, we were over here having a good time, and then Tater even called you like the messiest, most bottomest birthday twin that he ever had, and he said that you were crazy. Hi, my Charity. I love you, my Charity. Messiest bottom, did you call me? Hi, my cutest. Hi, my cutest. I love you, my cutest. Yeah, y'all. Tater being, super messy. Tater's being super messy. Calling everybody a bottom and a... So...
So because it's normal speed, so I don't know what it is.
Oh. Wait. Is it Young's aka Moto? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
That's a good photo of something circle and bone.
Okay. Hi, my Rory. Yeah, y'all, it's real messy today. Oh my god. Can someone still see the stream?
Hi, how are you?
Young Sakamoto. Okay. Thank you so much for correcting me. Thank you so much for correcting me. Welcome in. Tater, stop being messy. Girl. Over here being messy, saying, "Oh, I can't see the stream." Over here talking about, "I can't see the stream." I got people chatting. Bye, Tate. Everyone say bye, Tate. Y'all, I'm so sorry if this is too messy for y'all. If anyone's new here, we're never really like this. We're usually chill. But tonight is a little messy because, you know, Tater started it. But, you know, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Oh! Pluto and Zay, y'all need that? Y'all need that? Y'all need that, BB? Right. So y'all need that. I joined to what I think was bottom slander, and like, when is it not a thing to do so? Oh, huh. Yeah, can I just call you like? Can I call you Moto? What do you want me to call you? Like, what do you prefer? You can call me Dom. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is okay, so we here okay, so here we okay, can someone do exclamation point LMU? We are always messy, but in the most respectful and classiest way. And oh, over here. And we're always messy. WMLMU. You know, I have a lot of students, you know. You call yourself Dom, but where's yourself? Oh! Oh! See, y'all stay being messy. Hi, my super hot wife. And it's another thing, y'all don't get to tell me what the fuck to go to bed. Oh, Tater. Tater, you're back. Oh. Oh, hey, girl. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, girl. Hey. 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 Hey, girl. Hey, hey. Hey, girl. Welcome back. Hey, hey. Oh! You said ghost writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you get a pic? Be honest.
I didn't take a picture of it.
I don't have the camera, by the way. I thought one of y'all had it. Are you my super hot wife? Camel, Tater called you a piece of shit. Oh, shit. That scared me.
Huh?
You scared me. You scared me, girl. Where's the camera, by
Sorry.
the way?
There's one there, and then... Oh, wait, which camera?
The photo camera?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh.
Great question. Next question.
I just need the photo camera for the picture.
Where is it this it? Right here? Oh, it's right behind you.
Oh.
It's that one.
Oh, never mind. Camel took a picture. Good night, Admiral. Ooh, okay. WDBD.
How old are you?
Oh, it's freezing. It's freezing
Where are
temps.
you?
Did we get that?
Oh, no. Where is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's at negative 2.4 right now.
It's Shader Roy. How old are you?
Okay.
Where are you?
Oh, there's a little footprint. Oh.
Oh.
Where are you?
God damn
Where are
it.
you?
Oh.
Where are you?
Okay, so...
Can you guys leave so I can go for spirit box?
Wait, but she said UV.
It wasn't, no. When she's...
Oh.
I think she said it stepped in salt, but when this one got stepped in, there was no UV.
Oh, no UV. Okay. So it's,
Pretty sure it's shade. How old are you? Where are you? How old are you?
Wait.
Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
It should just be a shade.
Wait, what's the last evidence for Jade?
EMF 5.
Oh. Wait, so... Wait.
Because we're very low on sanity. Since we're in the ghost room, it's not hunting.
Oh. Can you put the ghostwriting right here? The other book.
And the stairs count as being in the room. You have to be down.
Oh, not that. That's crazy. Not the get hit by lightning. Damn. Okay. Good night. Can someone tuck in top? My birthday twin. It just turned off. It just turned on the light upstairs.
Check for tingers with the UV.
5 or spirit box.
Yazzie, go to sleep. Go to sleep, girl. Oh, damn it. I didn't get the video for that.
I got the sound from that.
I didn't get no videos, by the way. Da, da, da.
You're still technically in the ghost room.
Good night, Miami.
Night, Hammy.
Oh, now why didn't you just... Okay, that's fucking homophobic. Like, why are you not gonna give me my shit? Can someone took Hammy to bed? And,
We're gonna get shade. Are we good?
yeah, let's just go with shade.
Yeah.
Yeah, because fuck that ghost. Oh, shit. Oh, see, now, look at y'all. Tater over here telling us that he's gonna go to bed, and then he gonna threaten Hammy, to sleep with one eye open, and that he's gonna stab her. That's crazy. Not too much on my Hammy.
Oh.
Old man gets crazy past his bedtime.
That's crazy.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh, well, you know, I don't...
Nice. We got it. Okay, let me fix my...
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna fix everything now to be tier 3. My fault.
Can you keep the incense and salt tier 2?
Peter?
Okay.
Not you trying to do a permalurk.
You said incense and what else tier 2?
Salt?
Do permavantate.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay. EMF. Treasure box. UV I like tier 2 as well. I don't like it on tier 3. Alright.
I'll go
I
turn off your
fixed
devices
it.
and go to sleep.
Okay.
Y'all will see each other tomorrow somewhere. Right. What Charlie
The
said.
thermometer is still tier 1.
I
Which
have
one?
I have tier 2 stuff too.
Thermometer.
Fix it.
That's fine. My PC. Watch Tater update his PC and then come back on his phone and be like, "Hey guys, I'm back. Now that Hammy's gone." Not me being messy, please. Tater's probably gonna come back on his phone and be like, "Now that Hammy's gone, we can talk shit." I can see him. I can see Tater doing that, talking shit from his phone while Hammy says that she's gonna go to bed, and then Hammy comes back and like says like, "Nah, I'm gonna stay here."
Okay. I fixed it. Okay. Sorry.
Or he's playing DBD like at like 4 in the morning. Then next stream he's with, "I'm tired, y'all." Right, Hammy, clock it, girl, clock it, Hammy. Period.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Also, Tater, I like how you tell Hammy to go to bed. Like you just said you weren't gonna go to bed yourself first. The fuck? Girl, not too much on Hammy. The hell?
Oh wait.
Over here talking about you go to bed. Big Sword didn't happen. Oh. Not that. Hey, you don't help your face? Oh. Okay, thank you. Right. Tate's over here chatting while saying he's brushing his teeth. Okay. Also, guys, I have exciting news, guys. Guess what? I am going to TwitchCon. Do y'all want me to like vlog my experience or stream? Because I can definitely stream and vlog, but like but I can definitely like stream and vlog, and I can like have Mr. Lola like I'm like so excited.
Shit.
Here.
What the?
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna come back and then or actually
I have a spirit box.
oh, can you get some salt and stuff, my Mojo, and I'll talk to it in the spirit box, like a sound recording and stuff.
On it. Is that EMF 5? Yeah. EMF 5.
EMF 5, Camel.
Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here?
From behind.
Spirit box?
Should I keep talking to it?
How old are
Oh, wait
you?
a second.
Where are you?
Elderly red.
Are you near?
Keep going.
Slips away.
Are you here? Are you near?
What was it that you needed?
Where are you?
It was salt and what else?
From
Got it.
behind.
Salt and UV, please.
Already got through.
But I brought motion and crucifix. And side recorder.
There's gonna be so many RL you don't want to do it. A blog would be lovely. Okay, that's good to know. My tater.
Did you almost call him Camel?
No. You didn't hear shit. Wait, I got a motion sense. You can delete that, or you can get rid of the. Okay.
There you go. 2 salts and a UV for you.
Oh, you bitch!
Didn't step in it.
It did. It stepped in the one
We
over
can
there.
use the UV.
Oh, I don't know where the UV is. Mojo, where'd you drop it? Oh.
You think?
Not ghost running.
Oh.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna do a vlog, probably. I almost got that on video.
Oh, who died?
Not me. Not me. Mojo.
That's because we both went to the bathroom to go hide, and then it just didn't, and all the bathrooms are locked.
Oh, footies. UV. Bitch. This bitch. I also passed away, Mojo. It's a Galu. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna be so excited to go to TwitchCon. It's gonna be so fun. Oh, I just realized it was 12. It's midnight, guys. I'm having so much fun. Oh my god. I just realized I went over an hour asking, but you know what? It's fine. You wish you could go so bad? I know, me too. Me too, my Mojo. Well, actually, no. I take that back. I am going. What am I talking? Not me saying I wish I could go too, and I'm going. Girl, see, not me saying I wish I can go, and then I just said I'm going. Girl, I feel so fake. I'm like, I'm over here telling myself, yeah, I'm gonna go, guys, and then I told myself, oh, I wish I was going to, guys. And then I just said I was going. Da-da-da. Miss D! Miss D, you just missed Admiral. Admiral was being messy tonight. Admiral was timing out people, bullying everybody, and everything. And I was like, dang, at least it's not me. I wish I could go, oh wait, I am. No, for real. No, for real, Charlies.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, hey, girl, hey.
I was
hey.
looking for you.
Yeah, I was hiding in here.
she?
I was hiding in here. And then I died. But yeah, literally, like, Admiral was like, and I was like, and then Admiral was trying to bully me, and I was like, no, no, no. And then he called me Lola liar, and I was like, that's crazy, because I would never lie. And then he even said that I don't even feed people snacks, and I'm like, well, Miss D can attest to that, and she's not even here yet. And literally, he was like, well, Misty's not here, and Misty's thing does not count. And I was like, that's crazy, because I'm gonna tell Miss D that you said that. So yeah, Miss. Oh my god, why do you look like that? Oh, I'm gonna take a screenshot. Oh my god, that's crazy.
I cannot hear you in the game.
Okay, I'm muted.
Oh.
I was muted. Sorry, in game.
It's okay.
I'm
yeah,
gonna.
We're like zombified.
Girl,
you're the same way. Yeah.
Oh my god,
that's true. You have like bruises, like you look a zombie.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
We're so spooky.
That's true. You
like,
do give me
have,
snacks.
Like,
I'll call them out for bullying you.
Like, yeah.
I know. Yeah, call them out next time.
You need
see
some
them.
lotion. Something.
I know, we do need lotion, girl. We need to get that sunscreen too. I think we put too much sunscreen on, girl.
Hey, but one thing I will tell you.
Oh! Did we?
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
Hey.
Oh, did you die, Camel?
Your eyebrows. Eyebrows were still on fleek.
Did you die, Camel?
Yeah, it killed me through a wall, through a door while it smudged.
Oh, interesting.
But I got a hunting video.
That's it. That's crazy.
It just happened into a room where I was hiding.
Ads. What the fuck am I
video
looking at? It's literally been a while since I played Phasmo. Yeah, it's a part of their update, Ms. D.
Also, it's 3 a.m. for me, so I can play one more.
Okay, it's like 12 a.m. for me.
It's 3. You're wrong.
Oh well, sorry for living in the past.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Oh. Well, I want to do Willow Street.
Hey, can you put the crucifix on tier 3?
I want to do Willow Street. Who's sending us to the high school again?
I'm sending us to big high school.
Oh no, I don't want that. No. Last time we did big high school was with May, and and we both got frustrated. I do not want that. I do not want that.
I don't have enough money for crucifix tier 3.
Okay, let me see if I can upgrade. Hold on.
You can't. It's past your level.
Oh, never mind. Wait.
You need to be like a level 80, 85 to get it.
Wait, what should I upgrade next? I have like $4,000, and should I upgrade UV because it's like 2,000? That would be like half. But like, I can also.
You already have tier 2.
Well,
you have
okay.
tier 2 already? Then no.
Should I upgrade? Okay, should I upgrade my camera, flashlight, dots, or spirit box?
Dots.
Yeah, dots.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready. But also, sorry, Misty, for the ads. But yeah, Phasmo just got a new update, Misty. I hate how it loads.
Yeah, I think it's their Wi-Fi. It could take you a second to connect.
Looks so different. Holy, I used to play a bunch back in the day. You should play Misty. It's a little, there's like a couple of bugs, but like I try to overlook them and stuff, but it's really fun. Especially with friends too. It's really fun. You know, none of that. Oh. Yeah, and they recently just updated Willow and Tanglewood as well. So like it'll be like super different for you. Okay, it's probably Ouija or Ouija board or tarot cards, probably. No Ouija. Where is the bone? I need the bone. If you ever want to play with me, Misty, I know you're like overseas and stuff, so like if you ever want to play with me, let me know. I'm always so down to like play with people.
Oh. Was that 5?
I don't know. Is gun when it picks it up? I don't think so though.
Sounded like 5. Where are you? Are you friendly? Give me a sign. What's your name? How'd you die?
Okay.
Touch your toes. Do the hokey pokey. Turn yourself around. Do you like smut? Do you like... Oh.
Is there UV?
Touch the door that much for yes to liking smut.
Oh. Okay, bitch. Can you bring it UV, salt, and... Oh, shit. You get that?
No, it's gone too soon.
Did someone say UV?
Yes.
Here you go. There's that. Here's some salt. Oh, I didn't mean to place it. Fuck. Here's some salt. There you go.
UV. Also your... Oh, thank you! Thank you so much. I made it through, Pick Route, actually. Not the pin message. Listen, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Okay? Oh, my sanity is...
You're pointing a video camera at my ass.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, girl.
I have a little dignity, you know?
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mama. But yeah, I made my little PNG tuber through this website called, it's in my credits panel, actually. The artist, is named Medell Art. Pickaroo is like a website where you can, like, make, like, your, like, profile picture and, like, whatever. And there's, like, there's different, like, arts and art styles and stuff for, like, different, um, I'm gonna just take a picture of the EMF reading.
Damn it. Oh. I'm gonna take one of these. Point it this way. Oh, there's not a camera on this one. Oh, you have the camera.
I have the camera.
Wow, wow, what?
Oh. Should we... Okay, let's get rid of the EMF reading.
We have...
This is for the dead body.
For what?
Oh.
They're worth the same.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's the ghost?
We don't know what the ghost is, but we have every media. And we need to prevent it from hunting with a crucifix.
Okay, so the only thing that we have is UV, though.
That's all
I hate it here. I'm so sorry, my venomous. Okay, let's... I'm gonna take the last, It could be potential EMF 5, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might have been earlier. Do we have both crucifixes in there?
Oh shit, I took a duplicate shit, I think. Oh wait, no. Never mind.
We already have
We have all the things, yeah. It could, I'm gonna check for freezing. But yeah, Venomous...
Before it hunted, it wasn't.
Venomous said that it's both in there. But yeah, if you ever want to make yourself a PNG tuber,
Can you leave the room really quick?
I definitely recommend, like, making it. Yeah, you should. You should make one. It's really good. Hey, Spirit Box.
Sure.
Yeah, because I use a software called, VRTube, and it's really nice, actually. And you don't have to pay to use it either. Like, it'll ask you to, like, donate to, like, if you want to donate, but you don't have to if you don't want to, but I do recommend using it for sure. I have another, PNG tuber that I like to use, that I can show off really quickly. Hold on. Let me just, like, hide in, oh. Let me just hide in here. I can show off my other one. Hold on. Where is she? Yeah, this is my other one.
I think it changed rooms to the kitchen. Wait, no.
This is my other one. But, I've been doing...
It's not ghost writing.
I've been doing this one for sure for a lot.
F3. I didn't see orbs, so probably not Mimic or Cormos.
Could be a Diane, because I think it moved at normal speed and slow. But, I don't know.
It might just be dots that haven't showed up.
No, it's still in here. I'm, like, getting close to freezing. Nah, it's still in the garage. Oh, thank you, Miss D. I appreciate that. I hope your headache goes away.
I think it's Cormos.
What does the Cormos need? Ghost orbs?
Unless it's mimicking like a boring ghost, maybe. But
Well,
it's not Phantom, and it's not Galu.
okay, I wanna check for ghost orbs on the webcam. Can you set it up in the garage if it fell? It's not ghost orbs. I don't think it's ghost orbs, because I would have saw it. Yeah, it's not ghost orbs. I don't think it's Cormos. You might want to check for freezing again. I think it might be a mimic. Oh, I read that. But yeah, sending you lots of hugs, Ms. B. It's hunting. I'm pretty sure it's a mimic. I'm like 100% sure it's a mimic. Because I did get closer to freezing, but I'm like, I'm not 100% sure.
It's definitely Cormo. Wait, EMF 5, what?
Oh. It's a Galu.
Galu.
Well, Mojo, if you hear that, it's a Galu.
I did fucking crazy looping. I looked around the table and shut the doors behind me.
Well,
And
yeah.
then it looked at around the living room couch, and then it went back to the table. And if it hunted for like 2 more seconds, I was dead.
Yeah, Mojo said that she had it circled since she died. Because she did say EMF 5 earlier, but she wasn't sure.
Welcome back.
Brag or nothing, but I called that shit.
Yeah, because when you said EMF 5, you were like, I'm not sure, but I think it is. I was like, I don't
It
know,
was
let
at
me...
the very beginning when he first put it down.
I'm like,
I
let me
was like,
just...
Yeah, I thought it sounded like a 3 or 4. And then it just didn't give any more EMF 5 or even like 3 or 4. It was mostly just EMF 2
Mojo,
for the rest of the game.
you gotta do one more, Mojo. We're gonna do it on Camel's...
Okay.
We're gonna do it on Camel's favorite map.
Okay.
I'm also gonna do this as my LG because I need to go eat something, and I also just realized I went almost 2 hours over stream. So I'm gonna make this my LG.
Okay.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. I've no reports of violence, but keep an eye out.
Phone's over here. If you have the camera.
Oh yeah.
$9.8 in here. 8.7. 9.4.
Do y'all know where the breaker is? I don't see it down here in the basement.
It's the garage, it's on.
It's on.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's on.
Oh, they said piano room.
Okay, it's 9.8 in here.
It might be like a room nearby. Like it could be one of these rooms, but it's somewhere around here.
Oh, it's in the washroom.
Oh, perfect. It is the coldest in here, yeah. It's 7.1. As cold as it's gotten. Check the bathroom too, just to be sure.
Okay, I'll check it here. But I did get ghost orbs in there, so it's in this room.
Oh. Cool. Alright.
So which room is it in?
This one. It's ghost orbs.
The world's tiniest fucking room. Jesus. Oh, come on. I can't even place
This is
the...
the smallest room on this map.
Yeah.
So right over here, this little section is its own room.
Can one of y'all get salt and UV? Yeah, 4.
What just happened to record as it did the misform, so I got that sound. Got that sound.
Here's... Oh, I'm just gonna place it.
I have all the sounds.
No UV.
Mm.
We need a ghost video.
No.
Temp is dropping very slowly.
Can you delete the door move video?
Shit, I forgot to do the box.
Mojo died.
That's crazy. Couldn't be me.
Where did she die? Okay, we just need one video.
You can leave the video camera at the table, and I can get it while it's on sync.
Okay, caught 4K and 4K type shit. Right.
Do we just have ghost orbs?
Ghost orbs, and I don't know if we got UV. No UV.
Probably spirit box.
Okay, hold on. Oh shit, I need to take a... Camel?
Might be Yopa.
Camel, you need to take some, sanity meds, by the way. Camel's over here, like... oh wait. Is there ghostwriting or anything like that, Camel, or no?
Not that I saw.
Okay, no EMF either, from what I remember. But also, you need to take some sanity.
I'll be fine without sanity.
Listen, you're the one who's always getting on my ass for, like, taking sanity, okay? I don't want to take any chances. Go.
Fine. I do it so you don't die.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm doing this for you.
Love you, Camel. Yeah, every time that someone says LOL, Nightbot has the automated message of saying get shit on.
Hold you? Where are you? Hold you? Where are you? If it is yokai, it has a really short spirit box range.
Okay, well I'll hide out here. Well, that's just me. Please, I'm dead as fuck. I'm dead as fuck. Y'all. Okay. Y'all. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be dead as fuck. Okay? Okay. Okay. Y'all, I'm gonna be dead as hell. It's in kitchen? Girl, I don't know. Oh. Are you here? Are you here?
Taken away.
Bitch.
An elderly victim.
Bitch, I don't care about you. Sorry, but... Y'all, I think it's yokai. I think it's yokai because I said, bitch, I don't care about you, and it attacked. Bitch. Lazy bitch. I'm scared. Oh. Yeah, that's an embarrassing photo of Mojo right there, by the way. Wait, hold on. Let me screenshot that actually. And hunting near firelight, so probably not Amrio. True. Yeah, I'll be messy. Okay. Okay, I want to wait for dots to appear. Okay, no Orbeez. Do we have any cruises left or no? Do they both burn or no? Did it really move to the bathroom? No. You know what? I want to get the fuck out of here and just guess yokai. I'm gonna just guess yokai. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna just guess yokai. I'm gonna cleanse this van. If we get it wrong, then I don't know what to tell you. It was a fucking Onryo, bro.
Damn it.
What did Onryo need?
Ghost Orb, but because it's such a small room, we didn't get it.
Oh, true.
Wait, no. No, didn't you say you saw orb at the very beginning and that's how you found the room?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
I didn't hear that.
I said ghost orbs, and then I was like, yeah, it's definitely ghost orbs, guys, and then bam.
Never put it down.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I don't think I ever put it down. So I was like, nah.
Pro
running
ghost
it back.
hunters.
Oh. Should we do one more? Just for the one more?
Might as well.
Okay, let's not do Camel's map. So let's end on Tanglewood.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is for real LG, guys. For real LG. This is for real LG.
Well, let's not do Camel's map. It'd
Oh.
be good.
Oh, you know, I'm just saying we shouldn't do it for LG.
What's wrong with doing the best map for LG?
Oh. I'm saying the best map for LG, girl.
Breakers on.
No voodoo. No haunted. No tarot. Let me check for music box.
Potentially in the basement unless you guys found the room already.
Do you guys know where the bone is or no?
No.
Okay, I'm not seeing any orbs.
Did you turn this light on at the start, Lila?
Did he turn this light on over here?
Oh, I
in
did.
this room?
I did, yes.
Okay.
My Jorgen! Hi, my Jorgen! You came just in time for LG. Or for real LG. We've been doing so many fake LGs. But how are you, my Jorgen? Hi, Nudie. This should be fake LG. Oh. LG Ligma game? Oh! Nudie? Girl? I'm once again not feeling away too hot and want to go home. Oh, I'm so sorry, my Jorgen. I hope things get better soon. I'm sending you lots of hugs. Oh yeah, it's in here. Camel, it's basement.
I gotta go sit in the car or the truck for a minute. I'll be right back.
Camel, can you bring salt and UV? And another camera?
A tragic death.
EMF5 and spirit box? Yeah, EMF spot 5 in Spirit Box. It just broke the light in the thingy.
Phone is basement, by the way.
Okay, coming. I did leave the photo camera down there, so if you want to take a picture and pick it up, that's fine.
Not UV and Epsom salt, so it's not dots either.
Okay. Thank you, Maylila, of course, my Jorgen, and thank you for the lurk. Let me know if you need anything, Jorgen. I can, Oh, also, can you bring a motion sense? And more salt, please.
You do need a ghost video, by the way.
Where was the bone
In the thing. Here. Also...
killing.
To killing.
Okay.
I have the camera to take a picture of the bone.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, can you,
Oh, my fault. I drop it.
Being attacked.
How old are you?
Elderly.
Where are you?
4. An elderly.
Oh, I think I took
How
all
old are you?
An elderly.
I got all the responses. I got all the recordings, Camel. Oh, did y'all take a picture of the bone?
That's supposed to be my job.
Sorry. You weren't here.
Ghost reading.
It's a spirit reader. We have to move the thing.
It's a spurt. It's a spurt.
Okay, well, I was gonna get the video of the ghostwriting, so I'll bring in the other notebook and a webcam.
Yeah, I'll bring in more firelights and probably another salt.
Not y'all closing the door on me, Camel.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, okay. I don't think Mojo would ever do that to me.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
definitely
Otherwise, I
would.
wouldn't be lead mod, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
Turn on night vision.
Ghostwriting and salt.
It's cooking this salt. I don't have a video camera.
I didn't get the Disturbed Salt video. What the hell? I got a video and it was fucking motion sense.
Did you get that salt?
Can we delete the duplicate fire extinguish? Yes, I did get the salt. Da-da-da. Okay, I got the ghostwriting video, finally. Okay, I want to try to get a hunting video. We do have, summoning circle.
Yeah, we do need a video of the ghost.
So, where's the summoning circle at? No, we have music box, actually. Hold on. Where should I spawn the camera? Hold on. Actually, let me put the camera right here. So the music box will do wherever you play it, right?
Yeah, the ghost will walk to the music box. Just stand at it for a few seconds, then start hunting.
Okay.
Someone can play it and then go hide.
Okay, well, I'd say go bring it near the door. So just bring it near the door and then it's in the master bedroom.
Me?
Yes. Please.
Why are we sending me in?
Well,
Okay, Mr. Prestige 2.
just bring it near the door so that way I can record it. Thank you. Like bring it near the front door, Camel. Thank you. I love you. Appreciate you.
Where's it even at?
It's in the closet in the master bedroom where it always is.
Well, I don't know where they put this shit when they changed everything.
Well, that's why you have to learn. Wait, did you play it? Oh, I think it burnt the crucie downstairs.
It can't, because tier 2 crucies don't stop curse runs.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Wait, did you even play it?
Yeah, I played it at the front door.
Oh, it's hunting, I think. I got the video. Shit, Camel die? No.
Nope, not yet.
I went there to get a photo of the crucifix, then the bitch just starts running right next to me.
Oh. Well, you better hurry up and get a picture of it. Thank you. You can come out now.
I smudged her. She won't hunt me.
Okay, we have, We have...
Thank you for doing all the work for you, sending the man in to do everything.
Listen. You're a protector, Camel. Okay, y'all have...
Bitch, please.
Y'all have spirit? Look... Oh! Oh! Okay, messy. Anyway. Do y'all got spirit?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my god, that was so good.
Killed it.
That was so good.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh.
Okay, we slayed. We slayed.
You got me to level 61.
Oh, what am I at? I don't know what I am. Wait, let me check.
52.
Oh, okay,
You're at
period.
52.
Yeah, me and Lewis started playing together like 2 weeks ago, and I started at Prestige 1 level 47.
Oh.
Okay, bragger.
I haven't even prestige yet. I don't play this game enough, as much as I should.
You should...
I don't play it that much. I just, with zero evidence, zero sanity, I just go around, guess the ghost plays off a hunt, and then I can get 2,000 in less than a minute sometimes.
Mojo, I usually play this like every Thursday, so if you ever want to play with me, feel free. But me and Camel always play like literally almost every night, so you're more than welcome to play with us. One of my other friends, Zinny, he normally plays with us, but sometimes his sleep schedule is fucked, so I don't know if he's awake.
I felt that. It's literally 4 a.m. for me. I should not be awake right now, but it's okay. This is my new normal.
Yeah. But I will be on playing this tomorrow night. Camel, I'll still be playing off stream, so if you want to keep playing, we can.
Alright. Well, I'll have to get off for now, but I'll be back later, probably.
Okay, well, just message me, so that way you can, and then just let me know if I'm still awake. I should still be, but just message me.
Bet. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Alright, good night, guys. See y'all later.
Have a good night.
Good night. Good night.
Okay, guys, that was so much fun. I literally, with all the, like, messiness that was happening earlier, I went 2 hours over asking, literally, 2 hours over asking. I'm also gonna snooze these ads as well, because your girl is gonna raid out soon. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna snooze these ads, because I don't know if I have any mods around. Well, actually, oh, well, Rory was here. Rory was lurking. It's a Lula stream. Of course it's messy. Well, and y'all make it messy. That's why I had to add the LMU command and the LMU attendance redeem, because y'all were begging for it and was like, we need a redeem. I'm an angel. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Says the one who was talking shit to Tater earlier, being messy, saying blah 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 blah, and then like people can't get mad at you because you always say, "Oh yeah, I'm an angel, guys. It's okay. It's fine. It's whatever." Hmm. Okay. Okay. Like, mm. And then you're gonna say it can never be me. Hmm. Anyways, I hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Camel. Hmm. But let me see who's online for me to raid, actually. And y'all, see, y'all made me stay over asking. Y'all made me stay with all these fake LGs. Y'all are lucky that I love you. Okay. Um, let me see who's online. And then I can definitely send y'all somewhere where y'all can be chaotic as hell. Um, when is it that 24-hour you mentioned? Oh, you remember that, Rory? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, to be fair, I did promise y'all a 24-hour stream. So, uh, I'll probably, I might do like a split 12-hour stream. I might just do that. Like, I might do like two streams in one, like two different streams. And then instead of like making it like a full 24-hour, if that makes sense, like it'll equate to 24. Um, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. But I don't know. Well, I'll probably do a full 24-hour instead of splitting it into two. Much to say that yesterday apart. Let's go raid. Hmm. You know what? Let's go raid my hobby. My hobby is online. Hobby is one of my mods. Um, if you guys want to follow me on my socials, feel free. Also, here's the Discord, by the way. So if you guys want to join it, it is an apply to join server. So it's just to avoid the GFX artist bots and stuff. Um, so if you guys want to it's just you're just answering a couple questions and stuff, and then yeah. And then we're gonna go right into my hobby, who is playing DVD. Um, and we're gonna go raid our hobby. So if you guys are not subbed, first copy and paste the first raid if you're not subbed, and then if you are subbed, you can copy and paste the second or third raid message. And there's also drops for uh DBT. So if you guys want to go lurk in hobby stream for a little bit, Javi is playing some DVD, and I think they're doing Drunk by Daylight, so feel free to tune in for that. And we're gonna go raid our hobby, and I will see you guys later today. Later today, around 7 p.m. Eastern, playing more Phasmo. And thank you, Zay, for the raid again. I do appreciate you. And if anyone here from the raid is still lurking, I also appreciate you guys. And if anyone was just lurking in general, I also appreciate you guys. I know y'all were very messy tonight, but it is what it is. And I will see you guys later on today. Okay? Bye.